And then, am I? Oh, yeah, I'm not muted. Okay, 1 second, just getting everything together. I have to get this one, the YouTube one. I'm gonna pop out that chat. I'm gonna actually be punchy and fun. After making everybody mad, everybody in the house mad because I'm not going out and getting lunch. Apparently I'm not doing anything right now. You guys are nothing. Pop out chat. Bonk. There we go. Okay, now we can close this window. Doubling up my audio. There we go. Oh man, we gotta finish this VCO today. That's gotta go. As a project, it needs to go. I need it to be done so that I can think about other stuff. I've got a cash register in the mail for our POS CNC. That'll be fun. Where's my social stream blade? What happened to that tab? There it is. Cool. Now I can know if people are talking to me. Sorry, I missed Tuesday. Been in kind of a rut lately. But I figure today is more or less forcing myself to do my homework. That's sort of where we are with this. I gotta do my homework. I'm forced to do my homework. Oh, I gotta plug in the thermals. I need to remember to unplug the thermals more often, because it's causing wear and tear to the camera mechanism. It's got an actual physical mechanism in it for the heat balancing that it does. It sort of balances its output by briefly viewing a piece of plastic that goes in front of the lens. Oh, and we need to calibrate cameras. This one is looking okay, but this one... Actually, the cameras look okay. I think they did something with the drivers. Like, the only one that might be struggling a little is this one. Is it autofocusing? No, so it seems like it kept its settings in spite of OBS being closed down, which is nice. That's nice to have. Nice to have. How are we doing today? Oh, I've got 1 viewer. Cool. I clicked done on the title, right? I'm going to refresh that and see if I actually still have a title there. Yes, okay, cool. Ultra Mega Genius, embedded coder, makes an LED blink. That's pretty much the story of my life right now. All right, what else do we got going on? Oh yeah, so... Stupid thing. So, you guys remember, maybe some of you viewers, if there's anybody out there, I think Twitch just hasn't reported on numbers. There's probably a couple of you watching. But I will show you right now the wonderful saga of lockpicking. I went and I bought a tensioner off of Amazon, and I got this cash register, and I was like, oh no, I have no way of opening this thing. There's like a little phone plug at the bottom of this thing that you can, I guess, use to open it up. There's probably like a solenoid in it, right? But for now, it's locked. It's got a lock on it, and there's no way to open it up. And so coming from the phone, with the discovering that the phone has 3 little tumbly doodads in it that twist to a particular angle until they twist to a particular angle and they're knocked upwards into whatever height they're supposed to be. And so 3 of those has been the bane of my existence. I can verify that there's 3 of them in there. I don't know if I'm twisting them or not with the lockpicks that I have. I've thrown out a bunch of lockpicks. I don't know what happened to them. I think I threw them out. Or I'll find them immediately upon unlocking the thing. But so I've been trying to unlock that payphone. And then I get this in the mail. And I put a little bit of tension on it. Right? Not even seriously trying to pick the lock. And then I go in and I bump the tumblers just a little bit. And I was able to, in absolute record time, which is not happening right now, of course, because it's on camera, it unlocked like immediately. It just immediately gave up. Let me get the other lockpick in here. Show you guys how trivial this lock is. Put a little tension on it. Bump, 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 bump. There it goes. And then the whole drawer pops out. I guess it's on a spring. What's behind that? Oh yeah, just some little thingies, little doodads back there, as well as a big spring. But this is going to be for the POS CNC, so point of sale CNC machine. This little drawer is going to have all my electronics in it, so I'll probably have to have like a thing that goes all the way back there with the cables and stuff. But it'll be pretty fun. But yeah, that lock is trivial. A little bit of tension. All I need to do is move the pins a little bit, and it'll just immediately give up. He says, not successfully unlocking it a second time. Nah, whatever. I'm not gonna do it again. You guys saw me do it the one time. Let me find like a mix, like a musical mix. Boom. Let's see here. What's up, Spar? Let us find a mix. Boiler room in London. I don't know. We'll just do like mix that. Yeah, just do like actually a YouTube search will probably be better. There's like 10,000 different ones. I can't show video on this because if there's a copyrighted video, it sees it on screen and then tells me I need to blank it out. Never works on camera, I know. Starting to think it was a fluke. What do you mean? I unlocked it once. Perfectly. Worked great. I turned down the speakers in here. It's probably at a decent volume for you guys. It's just for me. I have to turn it up when I edit the video. Well, not edit. When I put the videos up, I need to turn up that volume so I can hear what's going on. Prototype OBD, like an OBD, like OBD that I know is the car computer stuff. But yeah, this will be for the POS CNC, and I guess it's like the crowning thing for the POS CNC, which is the electronics cabinet will be in a cash drawer. There's nothing else to it. The rest of it's just going to be a typical boring CNC build, but you know, we need to clear up some projects in order to get this thing to work. What was prototype about the OBD? It sounds interesting to me. I'll do it again. Just a little bit of pressure. Just goes in there, and it immediately opens up. So, there you go. See what I mean? Totally trivial. Compared to the phone that I haven't been able to unlock. Do it again. Verify it's locked, put a little pressure on it, and then boop. Huh. It was almost unlocked before. There it goes. Ta-da. I am good at this. You guys can't take that away from me. Oh, there's protecting plastic on the front of this. Oh, I didn't know this was so new. Or is there? Or is it just feels like, it feels like rubber. No, that's just brushed. Okay, so, yeah. It is a metal cash drawer. I don't have the little bill holder thing that goes in it, but... Is that how the kids are doing it now? I know the Hyundai thefts are like super duper common. You can just plug into OBD and get in. These smacking headlights so they gain access to the CAN bus wires with a custom device. Damn. So I guess that's, yeah, I was always wondering about that TikTok car theft trend that was going around and how they did it. I guess they bump off the headlight and then get into the CAN bus, and the CAN bus can start the car now. Unlock it and start the car. Thanks to keys that you put in your pocket and don't take out and put into something. Those are physical key anymore. So those kids are just plugging devices into cars and boosting them. That's interesting. Huh. So yeah, my old router is sitting on top of that, and I bought that a long time ago. It's what made the tray or the trough in this table, because this is supposed to be for brewing. But this might be a little bit big. This might be a little bit big for this task, and I'm wondering if maybe I need to think about a different spindle motor, maybe a water-cooled spindle motor. I don't know how much those are, though. How much do those cost? CNC spindle motor. I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm just looking it up. Whew. Air-cooled. 160 bucks. I don't know about that. 20% off at the Home Depot. Oh, God. Okay, well, we'll do do this, do CNC spindle motor, and just see what comes up. Look at that. That's just a regular brushed DC motor with a fancy thing on the end. How do they get away with this, huh? Jeez. So 80 bucks, that one comes with a power supply. Where's the music? Keep that going in the background. People leaving their OBD dongle plugged in, making the theft even easier. Wait, what OBD dongle did? Oh, you like the what do you call it? Because it's not. Shouldn't there not be an OBD dongle? It's just. I don't understand. One of those like good driving ones, where it logs your acceleration and stuff and tells you if you're a good driver or not, and the insurance company charges you more for driving badly. 50 bucks for something like this. 500 watts. Do I have a controller that can control that? This looks like just a basic DC motor, doesn't it? It's a 2-pole motor. No, thank you. No. Gross. I hate brushed motors. I do. I do not like them. Brushes. Ugh. Imagine having brushes on your motor. Is that what they all are, though? Are they all like this? 2 bearings. It's like a remix. What is this? It's just 6 days. Oh, so wait, but people leaving like a diagnostic OBD plugged in, that's a little weird. My OBD in my 1999 car is ridiculous because I have a big plug that's not even accessible in the driver's seat. This was before that regulation came in, that standardized OBD access. So I can't get to the plug unless I open the hood. And so I open the hood and I plug this giant circular weird plug in, and that adapts it to an OBD plug, and then I have an OBD to USB plug. I should probably like run a wire into the car or something like that, like put something in the glove box that has, you know, like the OBD, or has like a USB plug that I could plug into. Nowadays, all the OBD dongles are wireless. I haven't bridged that gap. I don't trust an air gap. Maybe it's just me showing my age. But I guess, yeah, you leave the OBD thing plugged in because it's wireless, and that works. Because my brother had something like this. He had the wireless OBD thing, and then he had on his stereo, he had all the diagnostic stuff up there. So I wonder if his giant truck is going to get broken into at some point. UV and W. Okay, so this one is 3-phase. It's also $200, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Why are they so expensive? I guess this is where you put your nice motor. But how big are these things? Like, because I've seen routers, I've seen CNCs that use, you know, my ancient stupid DeWalt thing, and then I've seen ones that use the nice water-cooled super motors. What size do I need for something the size of a cash drawer? This is basically to supplement my ability to cut things in straight lines. Oh, here's a Z-axis. That could just solve all my problems immediately. Does have kind of a dumb stepper motor on it. I was wondering if I wanted to use the 3-phase super duper motors for my for this CNC and maybe gear them down or something like that so that they can do very tiny movements. I don't know if that'll be a necessity or not, or if I should just get something stupid like this with just a normal old stepper motor and just use normal stepper motors like a normal person would instead of like a freak. Process of buying your own place. Oof, that's a lot to go through. You got to like change your personality and figure out, you know, what things am I looking for in like a home? Like this is not something that I normally think about. Like now I'm a home buyer and I need to worry about all the things that home buyers worry, all the details. This one looks like it'd be a little bit sloppy. It's got okay bearings, I guess. That is not a backlash-free coupling. Never know with this stuff. How much do I want to build and how much do I want... I mean, I've got linear rails coming out of my ears, so I think we'll be able to put something together for a CNC. I don't know about the bearing though, or the main spindle. If I would get something like this, or if I would use what I already have, which was kind of the idea, is that I don't really want to be buying new stuff. I don't want to buy new stuff. I don't want to do retail therapy at this, you know? Yeah, I would love, man, that would be a nice time, is to have the resources to own your own estate and actually figure that out. I would love to take this shop topside instead of being in a basement. But yeah, that's there's all kinds of cool spaces out there. Rob Oz a minute ago was looking at this bunker that he's obsessed with. He's like, it's so cheap and wonderful and amazing, but it's like, it's all underground. It's like a really interesting facility up in, I guess, Sweden, but I don't know how much taste he has in being remote, but there's so much stuff to consider with that. Let's get the thermals working, because, well, I don't know if we're going to do any soldering today. I don't know if I need thermals or not. I don't have to have the thermals on. It means people will ask about them less. Why do you have thermals on your stream? I'd very much like to make this LED blink depending on the mode that we're in on this thing. So that's what we're going to work on today, because I haven't worked on it on my own. All of my on my own time has been completely filled with uploading videos. It's been kind of becoming more and more of a chore, and I'm getting tired, so I need to force myself to work on the things I said I would in the background. That's what we're doing today, anyway. All in service of this modular synthesizer project, which has taken many forms and has basically thrown my nose into the world of analog electronics. I feel much more confident than I did this time last year in terms of going over analog signals and the just chains of things that need to happen in order to create audio. It has been quite a journey. I'm looking at these streams that I'm uploading, and I'm getting like YouTube comments on them, and I'm like, I don't remember what I was doing 1 year ago, right? 1 year ago, I was fixing my car, my station wagon, and the ABS was putting me on this saga of about 5 or 6 streams where I go down the path of modifying a MOSFET inside of a computer, that something's broken in the computer, basically. Something in the computer just snapped, and it goes, well, I don't think I could do anything. Bye. I don't think it was necessarily the MOSFETs. It might have been. And I think that's actually where these FETs came from. The ones that I got in the mail, and I don't remember what project they were for. I think I ordered these like almost a year ago. And I think these are the ones that would go in to that computer and fix the... basically, it was a bare die FET that went onto an aluminum heat shield heat spreader. But like, I don't know, where did I go wrong with that? It should have been able to trigger the motor, right? It should have been able to turn on that motor, and it wasn't able to. And it might have been something else is broken in the computer, like part of the computer brain is bad, and it doesn't see any input from that sensor, maybe. Because we ohmed it out, everything ohmed out perfectly. The transistor should have worked, didn't. I think we even tested the transistor with like a dummy load, didn't we? I don't remember. We did a lot of stuff. And I don't know. Nothing was wrong, but everything was wrong. So I bought a new computer, and that fixed it. Just a new from some junkyarded car. I have a pimple under my beard, don't I? That feels like a pimple right there. Yeah, that's the spot. Yeah, that's a stress pimple. Perfect. Love having pimples under my beard. At least nobody else sees it. Vanity will be satisfied. You just don't got to talk about it. Don't tell anybody about the pimple that's under your beard, especially not on stream. What is this? I haven't heard this. Let's go to like more known DJ Shadow. This one's Blood on the Motorway. Oh, geez. Very dramatic title. Shadow is a little dour for my current streaming mood. Well, we'll stick with it, but it's a little dour for my mood. I want to make this thing make bleeps and bloops. I don't know where we are with it. Like, what am I going to need in order to create a more synthesizer-y synthesizer? I think maybe a little sequencing, although I think the crimes and punishment does a little bit of that. And filters. Filters are something that I haven't gotten into. I wonder what kind of analog filters there are out there. There are some crazy filters. There's some really interesting stuff that people have done, and I need to understand them a little bit more. That's where that transistor ladder filter from the Moog comes in. We are currently waiting on parts for this one. This is Dave's synthesizer. Possibly it should work once we get the right chips in. I'm waiting for my Schmidt trigger to come in, and then we'll put that in here and we'll see if that fixes it. And if that fixes it, that releases this project into the archive. Because right now, I mean, to come back to when I want to build my own Moog, but I don't want to build my own Moog right now. While it would be nice to have the entire thing, oh my God, this one's, hold on, turn this down a little bit. It would be nice to have this like full circuit in CAD, and that's where we were working towards. I'd probably have to get some of the chips as parts in Fusion, but we do have all of the information from this PCB on my computer now and saved to my archive. I should probably put that, like host that somewhere just in case I lose it. But now that I've got all of that data, all of the circuit connections from this thing, by photographing the front and back of the board, I am willing to let this thing go back to Dave if we actually do end up fixing it. Of course, I won't know where all this stuff is plugged in. Maybe I should take pictures of this too. Hey, before I give it back to Dave, I get some good images of the top and bottom of this thing, just so that I know what elements are connected where. This is something you can ohm out, but it's also probably just good to have a photo of the front and back. Then I can overlay. I guess I can overlay all 4 parts so that I've got the whole thing. I wonder if this could have been done on 2 layers. You could feasibly fit that circuit in there. It's a little bit much. Might be a little bit much, but it would be doable. This is a little bit much. A little bit much song. You maybe take it easy, just have like a something in the background. How's everybody else doing? What are we doing? What are we looking at here? Synthesizer project hasn't done anything in a while. I could plug it in. I might as well plug it in just so it looks cool. Sure as hell ain't producing audio. And some of these modules don't even work. They need to be vetted out. I need to basically take everything out, test it, and put it all back in. Remember this song? Hold on, let me plug this in. Where'd you guys go? Yeah, you just got bumped. Get bumped, fool. There it is. Jeez. I'm always reminded of that GIF where the person's trying to plug in the phone charger, and there's like a hand in a glove that's like batting them away. There's some blinking lights. Blinking lights. It ain't doing anything. What's up, Keeper? How you doing? This stupid synthesizer. The only modules that work are the most complicated ones. We'll get to making stuff work though. I need to spend an afternoon doing a little bit of coding. It shouldn't take us long, and if I get through that, then we can look at some other stuff too. I do have to build up one of the cord VCOs. So maybe we can do a little bit of soldering too. But I'm waiting on parts. Killing some time while waiting for a Teams call at 1. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was killing time before stream. So I got up a little earlier than I normally do. I got to do a total overhaul on my habits. I think I need to do a total overhaul and start getting up on time and all that stuff. Because these uploads are killing me. They're killing me, and I need to get ahead of them. I'm about maybe almost a week ahead, and that's as far as I've been able to go. I have 120 VODs still to upload, and that number doesn't seem to be going down, but it is. It's like I can do 3 in a day. 3 is about my limit, especially given how they're. I think YouTube is slowing down my uploads. I'm not cool enough to get good server time, so I go to upload and like nothing happens. How are the views doing on those? I haven't really checked in on those. I haven't really checked in. Let's see what the behind the scenes stuff looks like. Cool, no viewers. That's great. Views 200, 300. What was that one? Reverse engineering. Oh, the ghost hunting thing. Hey, that's pretty cool. 1,000 car stuff. Oh, that was making a hot knife. Yeah, I actually made a hot knife, but it sucked eggs. It's terrible. It was terrible. I didn't succeed at that at all. It's got 1,000 views. Don't do what I did. It didn't work at all. There's no comments on 3 comments on the whole video. What is my most viewed video of all the archives that I've been putting up? I think when I do some actual video editing. You were recommended to the channel? Huh. Partially blocked. Probably Russia doesn't like some song. Sony Classical can't play Ode to Joy from Symphony No. 9 in D major. Like that. Yeah, apparently you can't have Ode to Joy in Russia, huh? Man, so I haven't done a gaming stream in like a year. It's been like a year. Hate to break it to you guys. Where's the no filter? How do I get out of this? Oh God. No. Don't do it. It tries to load the videos like in the background. They're all like 5 hours long. So it slows to a crawl. I'm just gonna hit refresh on the page. So yeah, the VOD channel, you know, hey, I guess I'm not exactly the most exciting person in the world to watch. I don't know why you guys are here. How do I undo the... I figured this out before by just undoing that sort. Oh, by date. That's right. Okay. There we go. So I am currently 4 videos ahead in terms of publishing. Tough to get further than that. I've had a lot of trouble with that. I expected my 350 videos to not take a whole year for me to upload and title and do the chapter summaries on, but it is. And maybe at some point I can take that stuff and spin out an edited video, probably once I've finished, because I've got 120 left to go, which is like a third of the amount that I've done so far. But those have been daily uploads, and I think that's the only reason they got any traction at all, is, you know, it's a 5-hour video. Who's gonna watch that? That's why I stream. That's why I'm streaming. That's why I'm doing this. Because things take time, and you know, a nice succinct summary video is something that I need to start thinking about for some of these projects anyway. Yeah, hey, people who are here on recommendation, thank you for coming. Twitch connection has expired. Oh, I need to log back into my Streamlabs. Boop, boop, boop. Glorious new API. Log out. And then log in with Twitch. They show some weird people on these login screens. There we go. Yeah, Twisted Sister did gift subs. It was like 4 gift subs. It was pretty amazing. 5. That was a week ago, 6 days ago. All right. So I have this Granite Devices motor controller in a drawer. Hey, what's up, FK Productions? I'm thinking about the POS CNC machine that I want to build. And that would be this thing over here. And, by the way, a little bit of a confidence boost from the POS CNC, because I had so much trouble with the lock on that payphone. Still having trouble with it. I spent like a day picking the lock on that payphone, and I still haven't gotten anywhere with it. But my new CNC machine is going to be built on a cash drawer, because it's a metal box, and it's a pretty nice little cabinet. Your old CNC controller, I don't know. So I have this Granite Devices 3-phase hobby motor controller that was like $1,000. It's like an amazing piece of technology that I haven't done anything with. It was supposed to go towards Burn the Subs, but Burn the Subs got stepper motors. So I got this thing in the mail, and I was warned about these cash registers having that type of lock. But I went to just see what was up, put a tensioner in it. Hold on, now I'm struggling to even put the tensioner in it. Put a tensioner in it, put a little tension on it, and then just bounce the things like twice, right? Like if I just do this, just casually, not even with the good pick, and I'm in like Flynn. What the heck, man? So like those, what you call it, locks, that particular brand of lock that was on the payphone, absolutely evil. I know that lock very well now, and I don't want to let it win. It'll win if I drill through it, because it actually does have 3 tungsten bars at the very front of the lock. But if the one that I think it was UFK linked me to, that link was the exact lock that I'm trying to pick. I can't get any feel for the twisting of the different thingamajigs, whatever those things are, the pins. I can't feel the twist of the pins very well. I need to practice more. But it's like, I'm not bad at this. Stream starting the lock picking. Yeah, I know. I just had to update. I had to update on the fact that I'm not totally inept. But I think I want to use that Granite Devices controller. So I'm going to end up using the Granite Devices controller, maybe an old Raspberry Pi. I'm not sure what OS I would have controlling it, because that controller needs instructions, and I have to figure out how to set all the stuff. Like the physical parameters of the motors are already in there. The Granite Devices stuff is like a universal motor controller. So if you have any old 3-phase motor, it can control it with a little bit of feedback. And so what we did is we put the CUI incorporated feedback encoders on the big 3-phase hobby motors that I got from a long time ago. And those make a big servo. It's like a big, very accurate servo. So I can control that with the Granite Devices stuff. And I've got that all set up. It's all the parameters are in there. We characterized the motors already. It's just been sitting in a drawer. So get that out of the drawer, put that to work, make it into a miniature CNC. I don't know about the router on it. The router I have is a big old DeWalt thing that's for like it would be better placed in like a big table. But this is only going to be the size of the cash register drawer. So like, I think that's too big. I don't know, too big and too noisy. Should I be getting a new router motor? I've seen a lot of CNCs use this thing, but they're much larger. They'd be like the size of this table. It's like the one you used to have. The one I poked around at that one time. No, you think that'll be a good size? I guess I gotta find hardware for it too. Probably be 3D printing a lot of stuff for it. But I also have the Burn the Subs 3 rail test right here that I could put towards this using the saw that I've not used yet. I haven't used this saw yet. I put aside a big chunk of budget to buy this saw, this really nice saw, and we haven't trued it up. We need to true this thing up, make sure all the 90 degrees are actually 90, and then I can actually use it to cut stuff. But we got a dog like shortly after I got this saw, so 3D print mounts at a PETG. That's what Fatanon recently did. He built his whole printer, or his whole router CNC out of, 3D printed parts. And I guess I'm going to go down that route. I also have linear rail coming out of my ears from all of these motion projects that I've done. Burn the Subs is obviously always going to be, number one in terms of what we're working on. But I have that thing, and then I've also got the FDM printer coming in the mail. The pre-broken, just for me. This place sells broken stuff, and they're pretty cool. It seems like a cool operation, because they do a lot of these, whatever they are, the resin printers. They do a lot of resin printers, and so the resin printers break. They just break. And so they'll sell you a broken one for $130 of like a flagship printer. $130 broken. And there's 3 areas that typically break. It's either the motion stuff, the lifting of the Z-axis, the LCD, or it's the circuit board with all the Linux stuff on it. What's the tank size? I don't know. I don't know. I just bought this thing. I don't know. It's 8K. I don't know any of this. We'll know the specs tomorrow when it comes in the mail. Well, I don't know whether or not to recommend them yet. I sent them like a love letter, and they were like, okay, cool, we'll send you one that has a working LCD. And I'm like, oh no, wait a minute. Oh no. Because there's 2 other things that could go wrong. It's either the Z lifting axis or it's the Linux computer that's attached to the thing. The Linux computer, no chance that I can fix that. Maybe if something obvious exploded, like the power supply. The Z lifting part I could fix. We're good at electronics. We could do that. If the LCD works, I'm screwed. Because like I can replace an LCD screen. So I shouldn't have said anything. I would have gotten one probably with a broken LCD. What is the size of the printer? I gotta pull up eBay to see this. I don't think my eBay here is logged in because you can see personal information on it. I'd have to get through the auction some other way. Let me just go look. Yeah, it's from eBay. They sell you a broken printer. And they say if you buy 2 of them, you can have a working printer. And you got to work with them because they'll give you 2 printers that have complementary broken stuff. But for me, I bought 1. I won't name them until I have positive things to say, and I think I will have positive things to say. It's an Elegoo Saturn III by Anycubic. What does that mean? Saturn III Ultra. Build volume is 218 by 120, 218 by 260 by 122. Probably 218 by 122 is the size of the screen. IPS capacitive touchscreen, ball, blah, 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 blah. 4-point leveling, open standard format, 9H tempered glass, air purifier supported. Oh, God. I don't know what the tank size is, though. I don't know what that is. You have to probably look that up. But it's a 218 by 122 by 250 millimeter. Pretty big. It's like, that's 310 by 310. So it'll be a little bit smaller than my 3D print bed. Basic med-sized tank resin. Oh, okay, medium-sized tank printer. Yeah, I'm interested in it for making little tiny RC car bodies because I'm a freak. I'm a freak. Some kind of a sick freak that needs to print little tiny RC car bodies for my little tiny RC car. I went into a whole thing 3D modeling the Lancia Delta Impressione, the Lancia Delta modeling in order to take what was a full 3D model and then core out the inside using Fusion 360. There's a lot of vector work that I had to do. This is not one of them. Actually, it was the, there we go, this one, whatever the hell kind of Lancia this thing is. I don't know a ton about Italian sports cars. This one I taped together, but using the resin printing, you get much more detail and you get clear windows. Although I could print this with clear filament, it's also incredibly wasteful. So having a low poly model of a car and turning that into an RC car body should be pretty fun. And it'll also protect the RC car when I smash it into a curb at 250 miles an hour while trying to do a high speed test. 12K resolution should be great for that stuff. Is your time worth the $100 you could spend for a new one? No, but that's where the value comes from. See, it's streaming. I've turned streaming into that value, so I can boondoggle myself down with stupid things, and that becomes the project. That's the fun, is how awful we can go about fixing this thing. But yeah, how many thousands can I save? It's a $400 printer, and I got it for $130. And my time being worth negative money makes the 200 hours that I'm going to spend trying to fix it and the $300 I'm going to spend in replacement parts totally worth it. So yeah, I would suggest that everybody goes out and does this. And then you do the spreadsheet of calculations and you cry. You have an emotional moment with you and your spreadsheets on how much money you've wasted, not just buying a thing that works. That's why we're all here, isn't it? What is this song? This isn't the DJ Shadow that I thought I was tuning into. Let's just do like the new album. This is not, no, stop that, stop that. Stop that upbeat, happy rock music. Yeah, you convert all the wasted time into content. And then you upload it as a giant package of e-waste onto YouTube's servers. Eat this, Google. Whatever future AI ends up getting influenced by my content, that'll be the last remnants of this world's knowledge of myself as a person. Will be a robot sometime in the year 3020 dropping a screw on the floor and going, ah, fuck. That'll be it. That'll be it for me. That'll be the last thing that I contribute to society, having done anything. And in that moment, I will be truly dead, in that nobody remembers me, or I have had no influence on modern society at that point. The true death of Bother will be a robot in a factory dropping a screw. That's more like what I'm looking for. The new DJ Shadow album, newish. I think it's the newer one, the album that he actually released, is really good for the stream intros, because like, quiet. the 12C, or whatever it is, the resin printer that I'm looking at is, I think, listed at like $400 and something. I don't think it's $250. It's a little bit more than that. But I don't know what kind of a time we'll have fixing it. I mean, my intro to 3D printing, you know, because for the longest time, and this is something related to stream, this is something that you guys did. My viewers at the time, it was just a small group of us on Discord, just hanging out, remnants from the Red Letter Media, Rich and Jack streams way back in the day. And so I was streaming just any old little projects that I was working on, mostly the beer brewing controller. And at the time, I was very, very negative about 3D printing. I was saying, it sucks, it's terrible. Like, we can't even get 2D printers to work properly. Who says that 3D printing will be any better? My experience with 3D printing prior to that was at college, we would walk by the computer labs where all the 3D printers were, and they would all be messed up. Everything would be broken and everything was messed up. There was never a good 3D print. You never saw that in years of passing by these printers. So I'm like, this technology is fucking nowhere. I'm not gonna end up, you know, spending a significant amount of my time learning 3D printing. Then chat got me a 3D printer. And they didn't technically do that. They bought me other stuff, but they were going to. And so I ended up just going and spending $400, and I got a Creality CR10S. And the Creality CR10S, you put 4 bolts into it, and it then works. They give you this little starter spool of material, and you start with that starter spool, and you hit print, and then it gets a quarter of the way through the Happy Cat print, and then you're out of filament. And that time was the first time I ever got rated, and it was from Roboz. And so Roboz rated me with like 1,000 people, and we had this print going, and everybody said, turn up the speed, make it faster, make it faster, make it faster. And I did until it broke. Then we got way deeper into the weeds. I got way deeper into the weeds, learning every facet of 3D printing, learning the technology, learning how to tune it. And boy, oh boy, I've spent a lot of money on 3D printing since then. I've pretty much almost entirely reinvented the whole printer from the ground up. I redid the control box. I redid the mechanical stuff that staples it all together. A bunch of Fusion 360 designs in that. Changed out the print head for a direct drive. I bought a bunch of stuff and to replace the stuff that came with the Creality CR10S, and then now I've bought a bunch of stuff to replace the stuff that I was bought. It's been an evolution, but now I know the nuts and bolts of 3D printing, and I've gotten it to a point where I can print stuff like those little car bodies to a relative degree. Mostly my printing is focused on engineering. Like if I can make a bracket that has the right dimensions and I sort of know where to give the printer a little bit of leeway, I can then create stuff that holds other stuff together. Case in point, burn the subs. Now we gotta still work on burn the subs a lot, but that's been a lot of what I've been working on in terms of 3D printing. So I figure it's probably good. It would be a good idea for me to go over to resin printing, and that's another one that I think is like I've in my mind it doesn't work at all. Right? It's like, oh, that stuff sucks. It's terrible. It's awful. It's probably pretty good. I just haven't spent the time with it. So now I can spend a little bit of time with it by buying a broken printer and starting there. I think that's perfect for this stream. But yeah, Chat got you to spend a lot of money, a lot of your own money. and Wexo bought me like a whole print head, which is how I discovered the particular brand of 3D printer. What's up, Waycrush? How you doing? But yeah, we'll have fun with that. You know, I've got a lot of synthesizer projects, and we need to close one out today. I need to make something that blinks an LED, and we'll do that in the Arduino. We're basically going to make something that is agnostic of time. It does not care about time, and well, it will still be using timings. This is actually very similar to a thing that I did for an FK Productions project when I had to turn on little squirter motors with different patterns. Is you make like a queue, and then we have a queue that the microcontroller will run through. That shouldn't take long if I can organize my thoughts. My thoughts of late have not been organized, though. I've been slipping. I think it's mostly just the responsibility of uploading all my old archives. It's kept me busy in a way that I shouldn't be, and IRL, real life, is a little bit getting in the way, as I have to take care of my parents more, and they've got kind of busy schedules going into the summer, so hopefully I will be able to keep up with streams. I'm hoping. And then projects, for some reason, are taking the absolute back of the queue. It's not making money off of them. But yeah, we got to get to work. I'll try not to let all my insecurities about that stuff get in the way, though. I gotta be more cheerful on stream. I'm crying inside. Let me get the seltzers out of the way. How's everyone else's endeavors doing? You guys getting your projects done? Hope so. The ever-present need to organize is, of course, here as well. So at some point, I would like to move the cameras all the way over to this corner, and we could just go end to end, figuring out what goes in the garbage and what stays. But yeah, the resin printer should help with nothing important, but maybe we can, I don't know, do some cool stuff. The synth is coming along. It hasn't really changed. I just turned it on. I haven't really changed anything on the outside. I don't know when the last time you saw it was. There's a bunch of modules that I still have to put in, too. There's a couple modules out here. Like clouds, I think I don't know if I've tuned it yet. I don't think I've tuned clouds. But clouds could probably go in, as well as crimes and ornamentation was out just for other purposes. And then my 2 analog VCOs don't work. That would be Bic and Tick and the X4046. For some reason, I mean, the X4046 should work. It's just not, I don't know why. This one doesn't have a big boondock. Oh, no, it does. It's both of the ones where I free-wired stuff that just don't work. I gotta figure out why. I don't know why. It's the analog troubleshooting has been sort of a thorn in my side. I want to be able to make cool sounding, pleasant sounds, synthesizer sounds, maybe a drum here and there, so that I can have like sort of automated intro music. But I'm not spending $1 million. I probably spent $1,000 on this thing already. Let's be fair. It's been sprinkled out over the course of like a year of building these modules, and now I have converted that money into knowledge, not working synthesizer modules. I've converted it into knowledge of how to work with analog systems, and it's not a complete knowledge set at this point. I gotta get FK in here for some reason or another. I don't know. See, I have this problem with collaboration, is that a lot of my stuff is just very solo. We've seen Uo's lab in the comments and stuff, but it's like, what can I'm even having trouble thinking, like, what could I send him for his stream? Something weird, right? But what do I have that's weird? And how can I collaborate with another creator? The best way that I was able to do that was to build a button for Tom Thinks. And that's like, it's a button. What else could there be to building a button? I made him a custom button that was just this little desktop thing that he could operate with his thumb. So I got to figure out how I can collaborate with other creators. There's got to be some other way that I can do something, like do a black box challenge where you send them something, you push a button on the outside and a light turns on or it doesn't, and you figure out what the circuit is inside. I don't know. But I'll come up with something eventually. Maybe we could work on this Furby. But I have trouble collaborating because a lot of these projects are just like me exploring something that I know or know not. The more interesting things is when I know not, and then I end up knowing in the end. Hi, welcome to my stream. I guess I'm starting off right now. We're back. I didn't stream on Tuesday. Things were just too complicated. I'm here now though, and doing my thing. What am I doing? Well, I figured there's a lot going on. I've got a lot going on. I've got stuff coming in the mail on both Dave's synthesizer and the FDM printing. Is that what it is? FDM? Or is there another word for resin printing? The resin printer is on its way, and it's already broken because I bought it that way because it was cheap. And then we've also got my POS CNC, which we're going to make a little CNC thing, you know, as I wave around generally, with some of the stuff that I already have on hand. I mean, I bought a cash drawer, but that was less than 30 bucks. That was nice and cheap. You got to pick the lock to get inside of it. There's probably a release mechanism on the inside. I think there's a solenoid that like a phone plug plugs into. We can use that as a basis for all the electronics that are going to power the CNC. What are those electronics? I don't know. I've never built a CNC from scratch. I don't know what it's going to take. We have a motor controller. I have a nice motor controller, which should get us a really fine resolution. I think that'll be able to get us really, really fine resolution out of 3-phase servos. I don't know anything else beyond that. I don't even know how we send instructions to the Granite device controller. I guess there's a TX and an RX, and there's probably a way to give it instructions. You don't have to give it instructions in order either. It'll figure out all the timing for the instructions that you give it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. It just means the computer can calculate things out of order if it needs to. Is that something I need? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And the mechanics of it all, I believe that there's enough that I can 3D print. I've got an Acme rod left over around here somewhere. I don't know if I have the things that interface with the Acme rod. I should have everything. I should have everything that I need. So it's a thing. We'll cobble together this thing. It'll be kind of fun. But for the time being, we're working on the synthesizer because Julian and Dave both are getting to the end of the school year. It's just BTS but with a spindle. Yeah. A probe would be nice because then it would be kind of like the 3D printer and able to kind of handle its own shit. Because I'm not in a great position to tune everything. It's going to be all trapezoids. But I guess it's just adding one extra very heavy axis that needs to be able to take a beating. I have the rails for it, though. I have Delrin rollers, and I think we have enough linear bearing hardware that I might be able to do it with linear bearings. I'll probably have a better time of it with linear bearings. Those Delrin rollers I just hate at this point. I've replaced so many of those Delrin rollers on extrusions. Ugh, hate it. With the synthesizer stuff, I want to do a nice easy stream today, right? More like the 3D printer, nearly identical to the 3D printer. Well, the 3D printer has linear rails now, which was a significant upgrade, actually. The stability of it and the lack of vibration and everything is really nice. So, although I have the one 3D printer, I've only ever maintained the one 3D printer. So we'll have to pull a second 3D printer out of my ass, my copious ass that I'm able to pull things out of. but that should be not too bad. It's just we have a cache drawer for the electronics enclosure, so it'll go ding, and maybe I can put a bell at the end of it so it goes ding when it comes out. Modular synthesizers, this thing right here. I have 2 of these cases, and I don't have enough modules to fill them both, but we're slowly marching towards having more of these modules for this cabinet. I would eventually like this thing to do stuff, to make music. When Julian and Dave come over, they don't really teach. For a couple of teachers, these two just don't teach. They just get into their own heads and they work with this modular synthesizer and they put stuff together and they make cool sounds. They're very good at that. What they don't do is walk you through absolutely every single misfiring neuron like I do. I talk through everything that I'm doing, which is why I've taken to streaming very well. It's fun to have you guys as a rubber ducky. I didn't get that experience with Julian and Dave fooling around with the synthesizers. I have no idea how these things work. I guess you tune a VCO, makes a cool noise, you sequence it with something, and then you put it through a filter to make it sound cool, and then instead of twiddling the knobs every single verse, you put a lower frequency oscillator into the knobs, and that'll twiddle the knobs every single verse, and you can get some really cool sounds out of that. That's my understanding of modular synthesizers. Problem being, my modular synthesizer doesn't have many ways to make wibbling noises or filtering. So my dog is just barking at the door right now. I don't know what her problem is. She will not stop barking. Jeez, it's like constant. It really gets into your head. If just having where you're trying to talk and you just hear whoa 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 buff, whoa 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 whoa. Every single. Okay, she stopped. I know she doesn't come down here and visit anymore. I uploaded some streams from back when she was a puppy. And she would come downstairs and visit and be all bubbly and corgi-like. She doesn't do that anymore. She just sits by the front door and barks. She discovered that the front door is like this wonderful television that she can bark at. So she's constantly yelling at her sports team, which is a squirrel. Yeah, so modular synthesizers. We've done a lot of work in modular synthesizers. We've gotten a lot of progress done. The Haji Wo is a YouTuber that makes these cheap Arduino-based, most of the time, or analog circuits that work with modular synthesizers that are really cheap. His claim to fame is cheap, like cheap, cheap, cheap. Everything is a couple dollars. It is when you have all the other hardware, it's only a couple dollars. But, you know, I took one of his designs and I mixed it with some mutable instruments circuitry, which takes everything to 3 volts, and retained the Raspberry Pi Pico that Haji Wo used, and just made kind of like a nice little VCO that's a sort of a reprogrammable John. So this thing has certain inputs and one output, as well as the chord VCO. It's just a slightly different configuration of ins and outs. And so from there, I can actually make this do a bunch of different tasks. What we've been trying to do with this VCO is make it into a functional module, right? And so I've totally rewritten the Haji Wo code, because the Haji Wo's code is kind of pieced together very haphazardly, and it doesn't end up being very well organized for embedded systems. I think it evolved from some other kind of like sequencer thing or other, like, you know, micro synthesizer project, and it's just kind of all over the place. We kind of redid a bunch of the different ways that the code is actually operating. So one of the things that this code does is every single time you hit a button or something, it has to recreate these huge tables of waveforms. And the tables of waveforms are basically playing Flappy Bird with a voltage level. You put a pulse into a filter, and the filter sustains it, but it also bleeds it out. And so as you sustain or bleed out that waveform, you send it either a pulse or don't send it anything. And you time those pulses out to come out and actually hold that waveform in line. That's one of the ways that it modulates the signals, one of the ways that it makes the waves for you to hear. It can do this at extremely high speeds because microcontrollers operate on a time scale that is unfathomable to the human mind. They work on things so fast. It's like basically a bunch of clockwork that's running at incredible breakneck speeds. So that in mind, we were able to fix up all of the code and make this thing function in the way that it's supposed to, and take some of the burden away from the microcontroller. Keep in mind, I mean, this is a Raspberry Pi Pico, or no, what the hell is this thing? This is a Raspberry Pi I can't keep track of these things anymore. This is Seed Studio. There's a whole bunch of different flavors of this thing, by the way. The RP2040, that's what it is. The RP2040 is a Raspberry Pi embedded system. It runs at 133 megahertz. It basically, it'll do your homework. Like, this thing is smart. It's very capable, it's very fast. So it doing all this work is kind of inconsequential, but I've mostly made all the code for this. There's one thing that remains to be done, and that's when you hit a button as an add-on that I'm doing, I want this LED that I've put up here on the circuit board to indicate what number mode you're in. Now, how can you do that? You have one LED, right? So the LED is either on or off. You need to do something a little bit more special in order to indicate what number mode you're in. There's 7 modes. There's different sets here that influence what modes it's using to modulate. And so if you set it to one particular setting, you have 7 modes. You set it to another, you have another 7, etc. So we need something that will count up, loop around at 7, and indicate to the user which mode they've selected. And so you think, well, let's just flash the LED. Well, what's the timing on that? What's the timing on the flashing LED? How do we indicate that we are on 7? Do we flash the LED 7 times? Well, by that time, the user's moved on. They're clicking through modes. They want to figure out which one they're on. You could do a pattern, or you could do what some of the RC car stuff does, which is when you get to 5, you do a long pulse. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to do pulse, 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 pulse. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 short pulses, long pulses, and then long, short in order to indicate the remainder. So it would be mode 1 would just flash once, and then the LED would remain off. Flash twice, flash 3 times, flash 4 times. Then when you get to 5, long flash, and that's it. Next one is long flash, 2 short flashes until you get to the end, right? That's not as mathematical as I guess it could be, but we can throw that into, I guess, a switch case if we need to, and we can indicate it after it changes mode. So let's get our software out here. Let's refamiliarize ourselves with this VCO programming. We haven't done this in a little while, and I'll have to set up power again. I didn't break it down. It's still over there. We'll just have to plug it in. Yeah, we're pulsing in Roman numerals. I could do short flash, long flash, like IV, IIV. That would actually be really funny. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to flash in Roman numerals. Wait, why did this one flash before the long flash? What does that mean? Let's get our code out. So we need to start up Arduino. Now, I've discovered that my version of Arduino is horribly out of date, and it seems like people get violently mad at you. Look, I've seen visceral anger at my calling a transistor, like calling the legs of a transistor the one with the arrow. I'm not going to change the way I am. Not on that front. No, I don't want a new version of Arduino. I want to make people mad. This is RP2040 VCO framework. The framework is, I think, what I was working on for the Cord VCO. LED stuff is, of course, not populated. The way I code, I have a particular style of code that I don't know if it's modern or not. Yes, everything must be serious at all times. Welcome to engineers. Don't hang out. Don't follow an engineer to a second location, but also just don't hang out with them. They're very boring. The way I do my embedded systems is sort of probably an offshoot of hobby coding, just stuff that I've been exposed to over the years. When I've needed to code something, I sort of have put it together in this particular way. I do my setup and loop up top, okay, let's start from the beginning. So the first thing is a block comment that tells everybody what the hell I'm thinking about, right? What is that code editor? Yeah. It's MS Paint. So yeah, anyway, so big block up top to tell everybody what the hell I'm thinking about for this code. I have the includes first. I've seen those sprinkled in the main body of the code, and it always bugs me. Any include that I'm going to have to use for the entire program, I'm putting up top. Then I immediately go into the pins, and I use defines for this because the compiler will then sort everything out. But anywhere a pin is mentioned, anywhere, will be referenced to a define. Anywhere. I will not have a singular microcontroller pin anywhere else in the code. So these are named to their particular, because, you know, you go through and you're like, well, look at this project, except my microcontroller has a different thing over here, right? So like this would be the area to set that up. And if I had to do any like stupid microcontroller tricks, which Hajiwo did do in one of his projects, the oscilloscope is guilty of this, editing like sub microcontroller things. I don't like doing those because if somebody else comes across your project, they're going to want to do it on different hardware some of the time, I guess. And so if there's anything special to this hardware that I'm doing in this code, I'm doing it either around or above where I assign pins. I'll do it in one big block, and that'll be the only place I do it. Anywhere else that I do it, I would want to reference it to that, or just really, you know, make sure that it's clear that I'm doing some stupid microcontroller trick. Like if we need to redefine a pin, or if we need to do something weird like that. So anyway, all my pins are in a block for this very reason. Anything that sets up the microcontroller in a particular way goes up top. Right below that, I have things that are numbers throughout the code that are responsible for calculating and timing and things like that. So I'll have settings. Anything that sets a setting is up top. That way, when I'm hungover and I'm going through here and I just want to change one stupid thing so that my steering wheel works again and I can play a game, I will have all of that stuff available to me right at the top of the code. I don't need to dive down and figure out what's going on. Now, this is like the icest, coldest take ever. These are not hot takes. These are ice cold takes. It's just I've seen so many coding projects that don't do this stuff. You do it right. Below that, I'll put variables. So these are things that may get an initial setting, but they should they'll change throughout the code, and they're there for storage and stuff. So these are the global variables. Technically, according to all of my professors, you should code so that all of your functions can be pulled from project to project, and they're all self-contained. Now, that's an idealistic way of doing things, and I don't really do things that way either. But apparently, they were convinced that you would build up some kind of a code base of functions that would exist within themselves. I guess some people probably have that, but I certainly don't. I certainly don't. Maybe that would have helped me out in some places. So yeah, if there's enough stuff, I will break it down into smaller sections with each, just with a commented thing. So like, here are my variables for frequencies, you know, stuff like that. Declaratives, I don't know where I should put those, but I put them at the bottom of all the settings and stuff, because I guess that's where they need to be. That's kind of where they need to be. They are technically variables, so anything more complicated than this, I don't understand. I'm a big dumb coder. I don't know anything. So we have our standard microcontroller-y stuff, like setup and loop. Those take other forms in other programs. You have different ways of programming your loops, you know, other programming languages, other microcontroller platforms. But for Arduino, you have setup and loop, and I like typically to exist within the bounds of Arduino programming. I understand where others can be more, you know, amicable and easier to code for. We did a brief stint with STM32. That is very interesting. You set up your own like virtual machine environment where your coding stuff exists for your micros, and then you code in there. Everything happens inside that space. And so it all is either appropriate in that space or not. And then if something goes wrong, or you need to jump over to a different platform, you jump over to a different like virtual machine. So Onion Omega, I've never even heard of that. Kavorka, let me check. What is it? Onion Omega. Where's my browser? Where's my browser? Onion Omega. I can't even type today. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? Onion. I wouldn't be able to code for the Onion Omega because I can't say the word onion anymore. My brain has been rotted away by the internet. It is just a husk of what it used to be. I used to be able to put together sentences and string them up into clear word, like paragraphs. I used to be able to write emails and stuff. My brain is just so rotted out by the internet, it just doesn't work anymore. So Onion is not a platform that I could use because I would be constantly saying Onion and everybody would get really annoyed with me. Onion Tau LiDAR, that seems pretty cool. Easy to use LiDAR camera that acts like a webcam. we had a Kinect in here, and it made one of the coolest side cameras that I've ever had, because I was able to put the camera right behind there, and then we got a view from where there was no camera. It was really cool. It was just the point cloud. 2 projects on my channel: Sonoff Slamfer, a GIF animation, basically an Arduino. Slamfer is throwing me for a loop. This thing looks cool though. The first Onion thing. Oops. This thing. That looks cool. It'd be kind of cool to have a LiDAR camera. It'd be cool to be able to actually 3D scan stuff. We tried to 3D scan stuff, and it ended up being an absolute like beast of a project. I was either going to make terabytes of information that I didn't want, or you know, things just didn't have like the resolution and everything. There's a lot of this kind of processor. That's the stuff from the iPhone, right? That's why they're so popular. But the Onion is apparently, I don't know much, man. I don't know nothing about nothing. I know my little dinky little I know my dinky little Arduinos. Oh my god. I can't even get the right window up. Oh, so you're like, projects like that, I don't really, those are more like systems engineering kind of stuff, where you're putting large components together and sort of stapling them together. We're down here in embedded programming land, where ones and zeros are most, you know, concerning things to us. I've seen a lot of projects that are really cool that like streamers do, where you can have a much more exciting stream if you have the money and you put together these large components of project stuff. Michael Reeves does this too with the YouTube channel. For instance, his robot that screams, like robot vacuum that screams when it hits a wall, is not what you think it is. It's an RC car that has a thing that can play a sound, and the sound is not necessarily even triggered by the thing hitting something. So what they have is they have somebody with an RC car remote, and they accelerate into a chair leg, and then they push a button on the RC car remote that makes it scream, which is funny. But the way that he put it together was with a lot of modules that were running a lot of complicated code. The way I would put it together is with a switch and a microcontroller and a memory card and a speaker, right? There's different levels of doing stuff. His way is amazing because you can, in a quick video, put together huge tracts of land, huge pieces of functionality, and make a sword-wielding surgery robot in an afternoon. But unfortunately, I am of a mind of doing it in a way that uses fairly little resources, and so I'm stuck here doing all the low-level stuff. Yeah, it's just different approaches at problems. My college education is in systems engineering, which is what I just described, putting together modules in order to get functionality. Because when you got a big budget, it doesn't matter. But for hobby stuff, this is a lot of fun, because we get to go through and solve little tiny puzzles, and we go, ooh, ha ha ha, I solved a little puzzle today. Ooh, ha ha ha, that's a little puzzle right there. How am I going to solve that little, ooh, ha ha ha, hee 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 hee. Yeah, anyway, so in my whole thing, the way that I was taught Arduino, maybe not the best way for a bunch of different platforms nowadays, but with the older Arduinos, the way you would do it is you would have setup that runs once and loop that runs over and over again. And then your functions come after that. And sort of that's the way that my brain was formed. So code's the same, but it has a web GUI as well. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not familiar with, nor have I put together a project that does that thing where you're like, oh, if I paste this function in and I give it a variable, we can use this big function that somebody else made in order to do this task. That's how like a lot of software projects go together, and it's just so weird to me, because I cut the fat out of everything and I make everything as minimalistic as possible just by trade, by design, right? And it's crazy to me that these faster microcontrollers, you can take a whole bunch of just garbage code, throw it all up, make sure that a couple little things are changed. Maybe you're like, oh, this big function that it does, I know it's going to do this every cycle, but that's okay because it's so fast. You just let it do that stuff and it's fine. It's crazy to me. It's just crazy to me. So that's where my conundrum with the Haji was code, because he put this thing in and he made it work, and you know, he got a module done a month, but I'm going through like, we don't need this, we could just calculate this here. It's a plague. It's taken me a lot of time to make this thing right, but now it's an extremely organized project. And so if I go to make another VCO, I will have this to look at, and my stupid brain will be able to wrap itself around this thing a little bit better on reintroduction to it. So yeah, I'm very rigid in that I have setup and loop. Setup, it sets up all the pin modes, sets up the EEPROM so it can remember where it was when power goes out. Now the EEPROM only has so many cycles in it, but I think it's on the hundreds of thousands, so you're not really going to run into the death of an EEPROM. There are things you can do. If I expected this to be a legacy project and have people in 60 years turning on my VCO as if it wouldn't be, deep within landfill by then, my name forgotten, having been spoken the last time. But if I expected this to be like a legacy project, there are things you can do with the EEPROM that will make it last pretty much infinitely, like checking bits and moving over to the next bit and stuff like that. You can throw a dummy variable into your EEPROM, or things like that. You can sequence through the locations in the EEPROM. I didn't do any of that. We're always putting our data in the same location. I just can't think on that level with this. So what else do we have here? I have no idea why this is here. Pre-waveform is equal to waveform. I guess one of the waveforms is what's actually pushed out to the oscillator, and then the other one is in waiting and storage. I don't know. Everything is compared to something else, I guess. We make some huge tables with a table setup variable. I don't know why I'm doing it with its own function. I guess stuff in setup got a little too complicated, and I don't want to be doing any heavy calculation in looping in these setup and loops. You want to keep it super simple in these two, because you basically want, and also, like, if I had too many pin mode setups, I could also make that like a pin mode setup. Basically, the setup and loop are like, how do I say this? Setup and loop should look like a sequence of events instead of like the microcontroller actually doing stuff. It's like your outline of how something should function. The alternate method is just putting in a dip socket for the EEPROM. Oh yeah, so you could just replace the EEPROM. Well, these have internal EEPROMs now, so I'm just utilizing the internal EEPROM. But I don't think we're going to get to the point where this thing like wears away at the EEPROM. I don't think Julian could feasibly turn it on and off his synthesizer enough times. I say that, but these guys still break modules with a concerning regularity to them. So yeah, we're getting our settings, and then what are we doing? We're making a bunch of tables, and then we start up the serial port for troubleshooting, and then we start up the debouncer so that I can have button functionality without having to worry about stuff. I use Bounce 2 for everything. I like Bounce 2. That's a good little helper program. And then my loop just looks like I said, a sequence of events. So check the debouncer, read our analogs, handle the switches, handle the buttons, set the table, make the frequency, and then print out any statistical stuff that I would need in order to troubleshoot the module. Now this can get skipped on loops, but yeah, basically it goes through and it looks at, oh, the debouncer changed. I now have to handle something there. So I'm not doing anything with like priority functions or like tasking or anything like that. The microcontroller does everything, every loop, and at 133 megahertz, it's able to get through all of this stuff in an insane amount of time. I don't know if hopefully if nothing changes, it doesn't change the whole waveform table, but I think it does make a bunch of very big tables every single time it runs. I don't like that about how this thing functions, but that's what it do, and it seemed to do it well, and it's all that it has to do is create tables and push out voltage, PWM pulses at timings in order to create a waveform. It's just, it seems bad to me that this thing is going through all of that reading and writing every single cycle. But anyway, so then below that, I have all the functions. Excuse me, I'm burping, trying to burp without it getting on the microphone. PWM goes through an entire table, and when it wraps, it does something with that, blah, blah, blah. this will populate the wavetable depending on which button. Okay, so when you press the waveform button, it looks at the mode switch and then puts us into whichever table of functions. And the table of functions are, yeah, oh God, this is a whole bunch of stuff going on here that I need to review. We got this working though. This works. It's actually able to get through all this stuff. And it does it using functions that I've built that will create the wavetables. And they've got some very annoying equations that make up all of these different things. And the equations are basically a way that you have a settings knob influence your output frequency. So you have an output frequency that's detailed by a wavetable, and then you have the effect of whatever outside signal you want on that table. So each position of the table is dictated by the position of, it's dictated by an equation, a quadratic. I don't know. It's a big equation. There's a bunch of different operands in it, and depending on the influence that you want that outside signal, or just in general wave position to have on that signal, you have different pieces of the equation that you have to operate on. And so I tried to bring that out into functions and then make some sense out of it. But it ain't easy. Sure as hell ain't easy. And I guess they operate on a previous table as well, huh? God, that's so weird. It was such a weird thing to have to kind of like break out. And it's doing all these calculations all the time. And it's able to make all the waves that we want it to make. It's not like it like lags on anything. So we're making it do this incredible amount of calculations almost every single cycle. Crazy. So yeah, that's what this stuff is doing. So these are the different modes that we can go through, huh? Yeah. So there's different sets of equations depending on what it's doing, and these cases right here are where we're creating the see, if debouncer fell, waveform, case 0 saw, etc., etc., etc. Somewhere we're incrementing that though, and that's probably where we should be putting our LED stuff. Knob CV, mod CV, and then these are the 7 modes there, 7 modes here. Well, it's technically 8, it's 8, but we're 0 indexed. So yeah, I did switch cases for this. I think they were originally in if-thens, and it was just a very complicated set of code to kind of wrap your brain around. Here's our different waveforms and just the equations that make up those waveforms. So I guess the mode and then the waveform, wherever the switches are, boy, oh boy, this is a bunch of shit. I should really put this code up on GitHub though. Oh, and then I have, typically in my programs at the very end of it, I will have a block that does all the serial printing so that when we're troubleshooting, I can highlight and unhighlight things, and I can enable and disable different types of serial prints. The serial prints that make it into the body of the code are things that, like a timing thing, or stuff that I can't help but have in the body of the code. If I can help it, I'm going to bring it out and make a little test function block where I can enable and disable things. The rest of this is just a scratch sheet where I was trying to get the commonality out of all of those equations. So I super hyper complicated everything in order to make it more straightforward so that I would understand it later, and I don't. And I don't. This is an insane piece of code, and I guess it evolved from something else. That's why it does things in kind of a cuckoo bonkers way. But it's also every single cycle that it's looking at this stuff, it has to be changing things depending on input voltage levels. So it has to recreate these tables constantly. It's strange, very strange. But all that is in service of creating a PWM output. So there's a bunch of inputs that come in, and then it creates this PWM output to replicate whatever whatever waveform we want. So right now we do not have an LED. We have a pin dedicated to it. So button D4, mod in, frequency out, audio out. Panel LED is what I have. Panel LED is P7, pin 7. So we've taken that panel LED and we have made it into an output. So it's all primed and ready to go for us. And I guess what I should probably do is I should probably set that LED to be low. I mean, we could set it high, and then by the end of the setup, I could set it low. I've done that sometimes with the thing. So you have, like, when your microcontroller is booting up and it's doing a bunch of these other functions, it will then indicate to you that it's done booting up. So what I can do is I can do this first. So set the pins here, panel LED output, and then digit. Wait, how do you write to a pin again? This is the problem with not doing any Arduino coding in like a couple months. You start to forget like the basics. Digital out. It's digital out, right? Digital out and analog out. Analog out does PWM. They should not have called it that. Digital write. That's right. Digital write. Paneled. One L, which is very confusing. We'll just set that to high so the LED turns on, and then by the end, all of the way down here. Oh, we even have it here. And that'll just be low. Now, for the rest of it, I do want to start up like an LED engine. And how's that? What's that going to look like? As the microcontroller is going through its cycles, it'll be doing this with like sub-millisecond timing. It'll be coming back into this loop in an absolutely blistering amount of time. So we need to set up timers that are going to be able to function on this thing. If this is going to be powered up for multiple months on end, we also have to realize that eventually, even though it might be a very big variable, eventually the internal timer, the millisecond timer that exists within the microcontroller, is going to loop around back to zero. And if it does that, we need to make sure that, well, it doesn't mess up everything. I guess it probably won't mess up everything, but if we get stuck in a loop because of it, it could be a kind of a problem. Right now, this thing, how does it do its timing? It does its timings with a wave table. I don't know what it's doing inside of that wave table, if it has like timers that expire or something like that. But what we can do is we can set a variable that will just take in a number of milliseconds based on that timer, and if that has expired, we will move on. And I think the way to do it is by subtracting. If you do it by subtraction, then 0 minus a big number will like roll over or something like that. It would be tiny number minus big number, and that just rolls over and it doesn't cause any problems. We'll use uint8ts though to do our timing, because I don't think we're going to need much else than that. We're not going to need more than 1,000 for any of the particular timings. It'll be blink, blink, blink. It won't be like blink for a second. We can do like 1/3 of a second, and then, well, 20 milliseconds is a blink. Maybe 30 or 40 would be a good hold. But that means we need settings for that. So in the settings, I'm just going to do define blink or blink time. And that's going to be 20. MS for blink. And then define blink time, which is going to be 40. S for solid. And then define, do we need a timing for the darkness? I think we do. Space time. And that's going to be, no. I mean, it could also be 20 on, 20 off, but it shouldn't be 40 on, 40 off. So we need like a space in between our things. So we'll do, yeah, I guess I'll call it space time, even though it doesn't have anything to do with space time. Our spaces will be 20 for the universe. Okay, so blink time, space time, blink time, 3 settings in there. Then we need a variable, and we need something for LED stuff. I already have a category in here. So this would be blah, 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 blah. LED timer. What else are we going to need, though? Millis is going to be equal to Am I gonna have a previous time? I'm thinking about the loop. I'm thinking about how we can initiate this loop because we need to release the main thread of the microcontroller to go do other stuff, right? The microcontroller needs to go do other stuff. So we can't just hold on to this thing for a number of milliseconds. We need to time each individual item that goes through this, what is essentially going to be a table that we increment over. So, and that'll be dependent on the expiry of the previous instruction. Oh my God, there's a whole thing for this. I'm just thinking about this is kind of a complicated thing because what I need to do is I need to set up a table of values that represent what number I'm supposed to display to the user. And it displays the number and then it'll increment the table over by 1. So display the number, increment the table over by 1. Those are two totally separate instructions. I need one function to be able to do that stuff. I think, maybe two, but first we blink the number of times as we're going through the cycles, then we move the table over by 1 and do whatever the next one is. So I'm going to need the LED display. But then how do it know? How do it know that it needs to do a certain number for each? Well, I could do a table of values that it has to get through. This is getting more complicated than it shouldn't be. Okay. So let's just start somewhere. So I need to start somewhere. Timer display, we have timings. Blank time, space time. I don't want it to have to go through a sequence every single number. I'd rather it just go through, well, it's probably going to have to. So if I set this up as a function, this is why I've avoided doing this, by the way, is I've avoided doing this because it's just too involved for what it is. So do we catch it on the button handler or do I catch it as its own thing? What is the button handler doing? All this just to make an LED go bloop, bloop, bloop. If the bouncer fell, waveform plus plus. Waveform is greater than the number of waveforms. Waveform is equal to 0. This would be where something changes and we have to display it. So we want to put, so it would be, this is where we need to check the table and insert a blink sequence into the table based on waveform. So what I do is do LED handler, we'll make a handler for it, LED handler waveform. Or I could just call the LED handler every single time because that's not going to change, but whatever, we'll pass this variable into it. Waveform is a uint8, I believe. uint8t is just an unsigned integer. It just means that you're counting from 0, 0, 0, 0 all the way up, and there's no negative values. If you put negative values into a variable, you do the same thing we do with electronics, which is take a mid-level and call that 0. So that's what's happening within variables that are signed, is we have a mid-level that is 0, that is recognized as 0, and everything else evolves around that. With uint8t, we're the simplest form. We're unsigned integers, so everything goes from 0 to whatever the maximum of those ones and zeros is. So waveform, in this case, is a variable that we already have. Oh, I just made it an integer. Well, it could be a uint8t. There's only 7 of them. It would probably help out the microcontroller a little bit, seeing as it never goes into the negatives and the only operation on it is plus plus. But we'll leave it alone. I guess we'll just leave it as an int. So we need a function now that gets called LED handler, lowercase, I guess, just to screw with me, and it gets passed in the waveform number. I can put this all the way at the bottom. Put this all the way at the bottom of the code. Well, above the prints. Call it display functions. Why not? So, void. Void just means that it doesn't do anything. Not doing anything is sort of subjective. Void just means there's no output when you run the function. If you run the function and you want it to output a variable, you can make it that type. So call it an int void LED handler and pass back a 1 if we're done, showing the LED, but whatever. And actually, LED handler is not the right word for that. It shouldn't be that shouldn't be the handler. This should be the LED like adder or something like that. Well, we want the LED to be constantly run. It'll be off, but something will be constantly considered about it. So it's going to be LED. What would you? It's not the sequencer. It would be the. I mean, adder would be. It's a kind of a dumb whatever. LED adder, and you add that waveform to it. LED adder instead of handler. I did capital LED. So we're going to add int waveform. Well, waveform is already a global variable, but I feel like I need to pass it in there just so that this takes on the structure that I want it to. You don't really need to, I mean, if it's a global variable, we could just reference it in the code here. But I guess the LED thing is something that I want to pull out into other projects too. When was the last time I did one of these LED blinkers? I may have to go all the way back to the Arboretum code to find that. Well, let's leave it the way it is. So int waveform needs to be added to a giant table, and we need a global variable that represents all of the numbers that the LED sequence needs to be displayed. And so we're going to have another program that goes into our main loop, which would be something that just runs the LED. But for now, we need a table of values. How many times do we suspect I'm going to be able to push the button within the amount of time that it takes for this to display a number? And so our numbers, here's where we really get into it. This is why people call me smart. I sit here all day and I go, I wonder if I could put a screw into that plank of wood. Like, that's how dumb the stuff that we work on here is. It's not particularly smart. It's just when it comes to all of the sequences of events and stuff like that going into a microcontroller, I guess this is where I excel for some reason. I don't know. But anyway, what we have is we have something that is displaying a flashing light. And that light has certain timings for the flashings that it does. And it displays the numbers 1 through 7, right? 1 will just be boop, right? That'll be 20 milliseconds on, 20 milliseconds off. When we get to 8, that's where things get long. So we'll have according to the numbers that I just put in, 40 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds, 40 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds. It adds up. So what do we have in the sequence of 8? 40 for the long blunk. Then we have a 20 space. Then we have a 20 blink. And so we're going to have 60. And then, what is it? 80, 120. 60 and 120. And so we have 60 and 120. Yeah. So we have 180 milliseconds. That's actually not very much. I expected it to take up to a second in order to display things. That's what I thought it would take, a whole entire second. And I'm thinking about this in terms of me sitting here trying to get through the modes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? We actually need something to clear the flashing sequence when you hit the button again. Yeah, because I don't want to bog this down and have it flashing for like an hour. So every time that button is hit, we need to clear what's going into the flasher. Flasher's doing its own thing, it's operating on its own stuff, and then we'll suddenly pull the rug out from under it. So we actually need an escape from flashing. So I need to somehow trigger the LED thing to stop what it's doing and take on a new variable. That's what it's going to be. Okay, so there will be no sequence. We always want it to be doing the same thing. So this can actually do that. The way that I had in other programs, what I would have it do is finish the sequence and then increment everything. But in this case, we're not doing that, so we don't need a table. We just need the number that we're working on and to start over when the button's been hit. So if the LED adder is triggered, that means that we put a new variable. We don't need to put anything in anything. Wait a minute. Unless I put the sequences into the thing that's constantly running. Okay, so we're already there. So LED adder in waveform is only triggered when the button is pressed. And that's when we populate the sequence. And the sequence length is only going to be 8 things. And we can move the sequence over when the timings are done. And then that'll expire, and it'll be at zeros, and it won't do anything. Am I thinking about this correctly? I don't know if anybody can follow along with my logic here. I don't know how clear and evident my logic is in this code. What I'm thinking of is something that the microcontroller checks in on all the time and sees whether or not a timing's expired and whether or not it should turn on or off an LED. So in that sense, how do it know which is on and off? If I give it the number 8, I gotta think about this, chat. This could be a switch case that populates that entire table and repopulates it. So, switch waveform. Yeah, it's flashing my version of the code number. Yeah, exactly. And it'll be dictated by the timings that I put up top. But when I have to think about how it's going to like finish each sequence. And I'm thinking that not with a regular time variable. Just got the starter kit myself. Oh, cool. Yeah, I hope this is, I'm trying to do this at a low enough level that everybody can follow along. I don't have the code on GitHub right now. I could do that if there's like a big, if you guys really, really want to take a look at my code. I haven't really put down anything meaningful yet, and this code is just sort of a rehash of Hajiwo's crazy code. But the logic of flashing an LED is abnormally complicated when you get down to the nitty-gritty. Abnormally complicated because I don't want it to interfere with anything else. For the starter kits, you could do things like use delays and stuff like that. They're big. Delay is a big no-no in the microcontroller because it stops your thread. Your thread stops and goes, hold on, I'm going to wait right here. So what we're doing is we're trying to pull it away from that stopping thing. Use Morse code numbers. How does Morse code do it? Because I'm basing mine off of the the RC car controller that I was working. I can never find these scenes are up at the top. Bother. Why don't you click on the ones that are way up at the top? Oh, and my arm is on the. Put something on the microscope that isn't my fleshy arm. There we go. Whoa, this camera needs to be. Hold on, let me do the. Where's the microscope thing? Set up. No. Oh yeah, micro procedure. There we go. Sorry, I got to bring this webcam into life. I probably could have saved myself thousands of hours of aggravation if I just got good webcams. Just get good webcams, you idiot. Then you wouldn't have to spend all your time making algorithms that prime them. Seed Studio Zhao. There we go. That's what I was looking for earlier. I don't know why that eluded me. Yeah, this is all for a modular synthesizer. This microcontroller is creating waveforms by referencing tables and recreating tables, and it puts it into what is called a Sallen key filter. And the Sallen key filter makes those pulses, because microcontrollers don't necessarily have A to Ds on them. They can't necessarily, or D to As, they can't necessarily output waveforms. So what you do is you make it play a game of Flappy Bird using pulses, and that will be able to create the voltages you need to have pleasant sounds come out of it. There were some errors in the circuit board down here. I probably should have ordered new circuit boards by now. I'm probably going to keep the circuit boards with the errors in it and do the minor corrections like this. Well, I don't know if I'll do that. We definitely need to run the Cord VCO, the cooler looking VCO, the cooler Daniel. We need to run this one through and build one in spite of the errors that are still prevalent in it, and make sure that this one works fully before I do another circuit board order. PCBWay has wanted to actually sponsor me and give me a couple free circuit boards, which I see them doing that a lot on the internet. I think it's totally cool for them to do, though. among sponsors, things like PCB houses and 3D printer stuff, things like that. Like I would love to take on some sponsors like that, but I don't know if the PCB way thing is right for me yet. I don't know how to break it to them either. I don't know how to respond to that email. I have paralyzing ADHD when it comes to that. Like, what do I say? How do I act? All right, anyway, we're setting up a switch case. So we're going to take our waveform number pretty much exactly like these programs these functions that I've already written to do the audio stuff. And we're going to have something that's running the entire time. What we basically need to do is update our digital write. Because in the microcontroller, those digital outputs exist as a register. It's just a variable it's just an 8-bit 1 or 0 variable, right? And that variable corresponds to pin numbers. And you can set that 1 or that 0. That's all digital write's doing, is setting that 1 or 0 on the output pin that we've specified. So all we need to do is tick that output high or low, depending on the state of our LED, which will depend on timing, which will depend on a table. So waveform, now what's the structure look like? What's my actual thing going to look like? It's actually going to look a lot like this. So let me just grab this exact thing. We can grab this exact thing, and then I can have it actually punch in the timings into a table. So just like that, I don't even need to, well, let's do WVFM. We're passing an integer into this program, and that's WVFM. So this would be set timings for for LED state on, off, etc. I can do this on a case-by-case basis. I don't really feel the need to sit in here and like fully reorganize everything. Now, case typically doesn't look like this, so it would actually look a little bit different from this. I have compacted it. I've sort of put a couple lines of code, that's what the semicolons are doing in there, in order to make this just a little bit more, I don't know, viewable like this. So in here, I can put all of the thingy-majigs, and then we'll declare it as a global variable, a global table of variables. Working a little bit backwards on this, but... And I'll put in here the timings. The sequences don't need to be complicated, so I'm just going to use the variables that I set up above. And this will put it into a table, but the table is going to be constantly shifting over. So if I have a new number that goes into the table, it'll just overwrite the number that was already there. And actually, to be honest, it should fully overwrite the entire table. Yeah, this will fully overwrite the entire table. Right. I don't want to have anything, because if it's a shorter sequence, we write zeros into the remaining sections. And then as the table goes through its function, it'll put zeros at the end and move everything over by 1. So then our 0 is just, well, 0 is going to equal 1. And then instead of FM modu, it's actually going to be, we'll do LED modu for our LED modulator. Well, now I need to cut paste that in every single... Ugh. Coding is annoying. Cut paste. At least you don't need to do it 100 times. We're not making Tsunadere Simulator. LED modu. So these are going to be, this one is 1. So we're going to start with dot and then nothing else. So that's going to be, obviously I could obfuscate this thing even more and just do more like variables and stuff, but blink time, blunk time, and then space time. Space time. So blink time, and then might as well do it here. Blunk time, space time. Just write those there so I don't have to go up and get them. So we're doing a blink time, and then we're doing space time for the rest of them. And actually what I should do is start with the longest one, which I think is going to be 8. So when we get down here, we are going to do a long blink. Actually, for all of the ones after 5. So all of the ones there. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we start doing this business here. Oops. And do one of these. Nope. One of these. Nope. One of these. I'm on like a little tiny keyboard. I don't know why I do this to myself. I had a normal sized keyboard, but I spilled shit on it. So that sort of ruined it for me. Space. And these, see, the thing is, these timings will change. So that's what I want to do, is I want to be punching numbers into a table, and then those numbers are going to be acted on by something that runs every cycle. I know, it's like I don't have any special keys, and I barely even have arrow keys. I don't know how these coders use these like super compact, tiny, like, I understand no numpad because I can function without a number pad. I'm actually faster without it. I did retail as a teenager, and I actually had a number pad on the cash register, and everybody's like, the number pad's way faster. It wasn't. It wasn't. I played too many first-person shooters. I was using those numbers like all the time. So I'm cut from a different cloth. Space-time, blink time. This is a little bit repetitive, the way this is going through, but if I take this from here, then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 9. 5, 6, 7, 8. Long, short, short, short. Long, short, short, short. I mean, I could make the LED timer do that, is do the variable and then wait a certain amount of time. Yeah, maybe we should get the space-time out of this. Let's get space-time out of this. We'll just put blink or blunk on this one, and then the spaces are standard for all of these. So LED module is equal to blink time, and then I guess I can put in, oh no, but wait a minute, no, hold on. How do it know? How's it going to know what's a 1 and a 0? If I put it in and I have a timing for nothing, I probably need the space times in there, because if it's nothing, then I needed to continue to put those spaces in at the end. But then how does it know that nothing is going to happen? Okay, so here's where my logic is breaking down. Use my number pad a lot, but I can also go without. When I was doing data entry on MTurk, sorry. Oh, Mechanical Turk. I've never used that before. Certainly missed having it. Yeah, I guess when you get to like big data entry stuff, like if you have to change a lot of numbers on like a spreadsheet, that makes a little bit more sense. But I've lived without it. I like the additional mouse space because I point and click. All right, so my brain is breaking down on this one. If I move everything over in an increment of 1, I've been looking to get a southpaw keyboard with a number pad on the left. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. Games like GTA, where they want you to pilot stuff using the number pad, that's always been kind of a shortfall of what I can do with a keyboard. All right, hold on. Let's rethink our logic here. What I'm talking about is a table that constantly increments and does timing for LEDs turning on. If the timing is 0, then nothing happens. If it's a space-time, then we want to wait that amount of time. So if it's 0, it shouldn't do anything. Okay. 0 signals end, I guess. We don't need to necessarily signal the end of the sequence, although it helps. I guess it would help to kind of kill the loop. If it went to 0 until something jumps in, then we can have an exit from that loop very early on. And while we're looping, we are going to the next, waiting until the next thing, the next number. So if the number is, but if each number is the amount of time the LED stays on and the spaces are baked into the loop, with the spaces baked into the loop, I can escape it using a 0. Space-time would be a number, and that number would be acted on the other thing. So when it acts on the other thing, it moves everybody to the side, moves everybody to the side. But if it encounters a 0, it stops. So we don't need space-time. So this is now going to it's going to look so stupid. I love how stupid this is going to look. So this one's going to be blunk. I'm going to change them. I'm not going to put, well, no. You know what, for the coding I said that I would use, I'm getting time off of there. No, I'm getting time off of there because it's going to look like blink, blunk, blunk. We're using blink and blunk, all right? I have to make this stupid and I have to laugh at it. How can I call myself a streamer if I don't do this? They should have time on them because they are timings. That's generally how I code, but I can't help it. Blink and blunk are now millisecond variables. Because when it comes down to the function of the LED, I get to go blink, blunk, 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 blink, blunk, blink, blink, blunk, blunk. And that fills me with joy. Blunk. And then I will fill those with however many positions. So blunk. I mean, I could even do this with numbers, right? I could just tell it like 1, 2, and 3. But then you don't get to go blink, blunk, blink, blunk, blunk. Blink and then zeros. This one's blink, blink. And then zeros. Blink, blink, blink. You got to code in a way you understand, right? And come on. Blink, 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 blink. And this one actually dictates, sounds blunk. This is blunk, blink, blink. Oh, blunk, blink. Blunk, blink, blink. My brain is shutting down. Blink, blink, oh, comma. Yeah. Blunk, blink, blink, blink. So blunk, blink, blink, blink is going to be our longest sequence. So this one has to do blunk, blink, blink, blink. And then I'm going to space this out so that it all makes sense. So blink, 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 blink. And let's see, I guess this one's going to be the overall spacing, and then blunk is going to have zeros in each of these locations. We just line up our numbers like this, and that'll make it a little bit more clear what's going on. Okay, no comma at the end. So that one is in place of that. Put it at the beginning or the end. Probably be, I don't know. Let's line up the commas and see how that looks. Tabs or spaces is the other debate in programming. I guess I can get them to line up with tabs. Down the line there, and then this one, the break just goes all the way at the end. We'll just put that a certain amount of space out from everybody. Like that. If I put the tabs in here, then they're going to shift when I rearrange things. So this one is then has a comma. Put a 0 over here and line it up with everybody else. Same with this comma. And then I should probably, well, I guess I can just go over here. If I did it with tabs, it should come out properly. I need another 0. Like that. See, we're just building up this table, and that's going to overwrite the previous number that it displayed. So this one's already mostly in line. Just need to do that. And then this one, we need to give it a couple zeros. And 0, 1, 0, no comma. No comma, please. I feel like most of what I do in programming is cleaning up after the fact. I feel like there's a lot of that going around. That probably is most programming jobs, to be honest. Yeah, I'm an embedded systems developer. I delete spaces professionally. I'm going to save that. But so there's our sequence now. And so we've now got what the microcontroller is going to go through. And when it encounters one of those zeros, it'll just move on in code. But when it does actually get a number, it will light up the LED for that amount of time, wait our space amount of time, and then check again. Well, light up for amount of time, wait the space amount of time, move the table over, and then check. Or it can move the table over once it starts that timing. But we're going to have an LED timer that basically takes numbers, and when they expire, it'll take whatever the next number is to wait until it gets another input. And it'll get a 0 at the end of this sequence because zeros will be populated into that table as things increment. So now we actually need the LED engine that's going to use this. Once this runs, depending on whatever waveform we're in, it will stop whatever's being displayed and start this over again. So it'll finish the current like blinking that it does, and then it'll go into this. Although maybe it should wait for like the space amount of time. Well, everything will have a space after it. Yeah, everything has a space after it. Every single thing it does. So our default LED position is going to be off, no matter what. We have sort of this like if something goes terribly wrong in the code, if a sunspot happens and a 1 is flipped to a 0, it will then... And I think there is one documented case of that actually happening due to the recent solar activity that we've had. We have an actual documented case of a 1 flipping to a 0 because of solar activity. I'm not totally certain about that, though. I know one of the things posted on the Discord that was really cool was that during an extreme solar event back in the 1800s, 1700s, most telegraph operators had to disconnect their equipment. Otherwise, they were getting fried. There were sparks on the poles because those telegraph wires were just giant antennas back in the day. And so all this solar activity is causing all this electromagnetic strife. And so certain operators were able to talk to one another on the lines with the batteries disconnected. There's no energy going into the lines. They were just like grounding it out for the pulses. And they were able to communicate for free. It was like fucking the Protoss had gone through and put a bunch of pylons up. So we don't need this. Well, I might as well just keep it here. Just this is the sort of the shortcuts that I'm taking in order to put together stuff like this, is having a cut paste that I can just grab and make another one of these with. Times for LED, not on, off, on, off. Timings for each LED operation. Blink, blunk, 0. 0 stops. Okay, so that table is going to dictate what numbers go into LED module. We need to actually set up this variable 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have a 4-position table, and we'll put that up in our variables. So go all the way up to the top of the code. This is where collapsing functions and stuff would be nice. I think we would have that if I had modern Arduino, but some people got mad at me, one of the other programming streams that I've done, and it was basically like, what was it? It was, why don't you use the modern Arduino? It's fine. And everything I said about the modern Arduino IDE, they had a counterpoint for, but it was like, I then sat at my computer and I tried to open up the modern Arduino IDE, and all my fans spooled up to full, and the program started to run, and nothing. Something went wrong in the install. So I don't know, my cutesy little MS Paint version of Arduino is working for me. It's the notepad of Arduino programming. Am I doing this correctly? I think I am. We're declaring it as all zeros, and I'm giving it 4 positions in the table. Yeah, I'm doing, oh, but we need to give it a variable type. So we'll call it an int, even though, yeah, it does need to be int because it gets like 20s and 30s and 40s. So if it's an int, then it can go up to like 55,000 in the timings. So that's what we'll do for that. Now we need to do, oh, how am I going to do this? LED states. I could check if the LED is on or off. I'm going to need a state variable for the LED, aren't I? called the Carrington event. Some of the telegraph wires caught fire. Holy shit. Yeah, that was posted on the Discord. That's fascinating. It's totally crazy that solar energy could cause that kind of that brand of chaos. I guess that day they learned why we put capacitors to ground. We're gonna need like a, I don't know if it should be a state, like, because if the LED is at 1, it should go to 0 and then increment. There's gonna have to be something that ticks that sequence of event. So, and I could do a Boolean LED state. But if it's set at 0, it would be set as 0 and my LED timer is going down. I don't want to have too many moving parts on this thing because this is just an add-on to the VCO. The VCO is already a very busy person. I'm thinking about how I can minimize this because the LED is going to have 3 different things that it does. Is that really true or is it actually... What is that Drazzy stuff at the bottom? It's weird. Oh, it's just some package that I haven't updated in a long time. Go through the sequence of events here. Where our code is functioning, everybody's happy. I push a button. And he codes. Wait, what was I doing before? What was I? Oh, that was in the wrong. I mean, I can barely stream, so I might as well be able to code. What's up, Hef? How you doing? I didn't look at what Hef does. I didn't look. Yeah, we're working on the, where's that camera? The modular synthesizer project. Oh yeah, for all of you guys that were here, all you people that were here before, with the lock picking that I was trying to do, I am not inept. I am not inept. Somewhat. I can pick a lock. I got this drawer here. I got this cash drawer. I'm not saying where I got the cash drawer. I'm not, you know, there's some things that maybe I can talk about in 10 years, but no, I didn't steal a cash drawer. I bought one for less than $30. Oh, you haven't done anything in a long time? Well, you got the badge. Really? That's, huh. I barely got the badge. I had to, like, beg people to watch my show. So, if you were here yesterday, and last stream, that was a while ago, and I think Hef was, I couldn't pick the lock on that phone, and I tried a bunch of different methods, but then I got this cash drawer in the mail, and I just poked at it a little bit, and I was able, and here's where it proves me wrong, I was able to get in record time. Boom, just like that. So I'm not completely inept. I can do stuff. There's a solenoid in there that can release the cash drawer too, and I think we can get into that, but this is for the POS CNC. So I decided that it would be really funny to get a cash drawer and use that as the electronics enclosure for a CNC router. The other thing that I kind of want to use for the CNC is this, but I don't know if we'll be able to use it or not. It might be too big for this, but this is a Windows XP machine. A little, it's basically so that it can go inside of a hardware enclosure, and this thing actually has Pico Energy. It had a Pico Energy sticker on the outside of it. There was some estate sale that a buddy of mine went to, and he got a bunch of electrical stuff. This is part of it. This thing is extremely expensive new. Used, I have no idea, but it can run stuff, so maybe we could put Linux on that. But I think that might be a little bit much for the POS CNC. I think maybe a Raspberry Pi is all that's going to be needed. I'm glad you didn't rob a bank. Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm not admitting to anything on camera. I know, lock picking lawyer time. That lock is like so flimsy. I think it's really all you need to do is touch. There was like an extra sprung thing in the back, and if you just touch that, it opens. It looks like there are tumblers on it, so maybe it is a little bit more complicated than that. But, you know, buying a cash drawer with no key is funny to me, so that's what I did. And it was the cheapest one, too. It was less than 30 bucks for that. So less than $30 for an enclosure that makes my CNC machine funnier. Sign me up. You need to work on it. I'll have a button that I can press. It'll pop the cash drawer. Maybe I can make like a little cha-ching sound. I probably should have gotten the rest of a point of sale machine, and that way it would have looked a little bit more thematic towards that. But at a certain point, I do actually just want a functional CNC. So I'm hydrated. Okay, so what we're doing is we're setting up an engine that runs our LED. Our LED has two states, on and off. Digital write 1, digital write 0 will turn on and off that pin, which in subsequent, and will subsequently light up our LED. It's very simple stuff. What hurts the simplicity of this is that we have modes that we need to get into. When we get into a mode, it's every time we push a button. We push a button, a variable increments, and there are 8 values for that variable, 0 to 7. Depending on what mode we're in, we want to indicate to the user what mode we are in case they go through the trouble of memorizing what the different modes are and want to get back to a position. It'll also help tell you that something has changed on the synthesizer. It's not necessary. They could do it very simply by just listening to the damn thing, but this is something that's baked into my embedded system's brain. You need to indicate to your user that something has happened, that your device is even powered. Although this thing won't really indicate that it's powered. It will not do that. That's an interesting thought. Well, whatever. We could potentially have it every 45 seconds. It could throw out what mode it's in, but we don't really need it to do that. That actually might be a good thing. I'm going to put that in for later. Make it display mode every X seconds? Question mark? That's like another timer that I have to put in. I don't like putting in timers. It's like where all of my stuff ends up. It's all I do with microcontrollers is timers. So we have a table of values that I want to put into a, okay. Start over. We need to indicate to the user that something has happened. We press the mode button, LED blinks. We want complicated blinks because we don't have an RGB LED. I can't talk to the user with an RGB LED. We only can turn it on and off. And so I've got two different timings of blinks. I've got a blink and a blunk. The blink is short, the blunk is long. It is essentially Morse code. I'm not exactly using Morse code. I could turn it into Morse code. I'm gonna look that up right now. Morse code numbers. I mean, this is more consuming than what I do. Because this one, in order to get to the number 8, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mine only needs 4. Mine's more efficient. I don't know. It's not binary. Yeah, Morse counting is a little bit different. No, we're not using Morse counting. What we're doing is instead of 5, I will have a long flash. This one would always go through the same amount of time, I guess, to whatever. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. The AI is terrible. Yeah, it's very annoying, isn't it? I really wish I could turn that off. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's always a certain number of things, but oh yeah, I need to go look at that. Yeah, I need to go turn that off. I need to turn that off, and then there's this new one, which is this stupid Reddit thing. And I think that might be Reddit Enhancement Suite doing that to me. I think that's, let's see what happens. How do I turn that off? Oh, good, there's NSFW stuff just right at the front of the search. Just what I wanted as a streamer. That was wonderful, thank you. I search for stuff, and I click on the Reddit button, and it's all porn. Motherfucking... Res doesn't do that for you? Then where is it coming from? I'll have to look. My login got compromised, and I haven't done anything about it, and so now I just open up the site from the outside, looking in. So I've got all those shitcoin things that I blocked on. I'll have to get my stuff back. My credentials, I think, changed. And there's no way to get any customer service on that, so fuck, my whole branding is dead. I'll do like the real oh bother or something like that. Zero interest currently, not sure if depressed or burned out or both. This is what we're doing today, is me forcing myself to do some coding. And I know it's not great for numbers, Not a lot of, there's a certain contingency of people on Twitch that love watching coding, and there's a certain contingency of people that love watching projects, and there's other people that want to just get entertained. And this coding streams, while checking some of the boxes, don't hit enough of them for my taste in terms of the amount of people that I want watching me. But I need to do this, so we're going to do this. And it's a nice light task. We just need to come up with an LED engine. And I've done it before. My brain doesn't work good. So we're going to run into all of the traffic cones that I left up for me last time, and try to get this last little piece of the VCO done. And then I can call the VCO done. I can count that as a win. But for some reason, it's taking us a lot of time just because I forgot all of the logic and all the trappings of an LED running thing. What the thing about disabling the AI, and I will take a look at that maybe for my other machine, but if I keep the AI on, we can get mad at it, and it's content. So there's like a push-pull thing, you know? Same reason I'm using a dumpy IDE is that doesn't do my homework for me. I don't know about farm, cultivate. That's farming, isn't it? Okay, so I'm having a little trouble with my logic here. What I've done is, in my brain exists a table that we are going to increment through, and when we get to a 0, we've stopped. So we're going to go entry, amount of time with the LED high, LED low for the amount of time of space, and if we get a 0, we'll stop. But we're not holding up the thread there. We're allowing the thread to pass on. So we need an LED state time. So we have our, oh yeah, these are also, are those ints? LED timer, LED display, and what else? We have the modulator, displayer, and timer. And if we use micros, we can put, should that be a long? If I was coding, and but even Notepad++ does the highlighting. But yeah, if I was just coding like straight up in MS Paint, wait a minute, that would be the most unhinged thing that I could possibly do to you guys. I know having the white screen of MS Paint is a little bit jarring, and I should probably like take this graphite color and put that in MS Paint from now on, and just have inverted MS Paint. Have dark mode MS Paint. But if I coded by drawing, coded in WordPad, I think I've done that before too. I mean, with Python, you're just throwing words at it. Maybe we want long because we're storing milliseconds. And then if we have display being a 1 or a 0, I mean, that just needs to be a bool. 1 or 0. Watch someone pull up Nano. Oh god. White on black. Yeah, well, no, the thing is, the reason that I do MS Paint, and I'm totally fine with it, and it's jarring to other people, is that when I'm sitting here coding for you guys, you'll notice how luscious I look on camera. And that's not just my beautiful, attractive body, my mostly round beach ball body. In fact, the reason that I look so luscious and beautiful on camera is because I have a giant soft light staring me down while I'm coding. So I'm sitting here coding, and my pupils are 2 little pinholes. Speaking of coding, here's Code Rushed with a party of 8 optometrist patients staring into my light. This is why I was telling you, why do you use MS Paint in day mode? And it's because of this, because I'm looking at this giant light while I code. Welcome, Code Rush. How's everybody doing over there? Yeah, long might be a little bit of a large variable for this, but depending on how long you have your synthesizer powered up. And if we do the loops correctly, we can have it wrap around in the proper way due to the way the bit math works. You got to consider bit math when doing microcontrollers. So I think what we can do is we can do a Boolean for the LED display for checking whether or not the LED is on. And then we have an LED timerer, which will be a value that represents when we changed the last display. And if it's equal to 0, that is a third state that will skip the rest of the logic. There we go. Boom, we got it. All right. That's it. That was it. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that was me actually figuring out this project on the fly. What we have is we have a table. Okay, so for those of you coming from Code Rush, all three of you, we have a table of values that's going to represent, I should start earlier in the project. We have a synthesize, I'm going to forget my own logic, and then this whole thing's going to fall apart on me now unless I write it down. God damn it. All right, anyway, I made, using code, I made a voltage-controlled oscillator. This thing has several different ways that it modulates the waveform of the output. It makes all kinds of cool little wibbling sounds. The thing about the VCO is that you have to have the big dumb animal in meat space actually coordinate what this thing is doing. That includes switching modes. So there's a button right there. You can't see it. There's a button right there. That button switches modes. I need an LED that's not going to interfere with the rest of the code running because this thing is very timing dependent. Every single thing this microcontroller does is dependent on time in order to make a waveform of a particular type. So what I need is something that's not going to hold up the thread, the one single operation that this microcontroller performs. It ticks through your code. You can think of it as line by line. I'm guilty of my own wibble wobble. Hey, mahalo. Thank you for subbing for, checks other screen, craning neck all the way over and snapping spine. 57 months, mahalo. Thank you so much. Hey, that's all. I really appreciate that very much. Mahalo's awesome. Hey, Dr. Noisemo. So what our microcontroller is doing is it's making these incredibly complicated tables every single cycle. I think it'll make these tables based on the state of the inputs, and the inputs have noise on them sometimes too, so they'll vary all the time. But it's doing its absolute best to go through it at 1 billion operations per microsecond, and it will create a big table, and it'll set the PWM outputs and all that stuff. We don't want to get in the way of that. But what we need is in meat space timing, we need to tell the user what mode they've selected. And if they are impatient, and before we're done telling them what mode we've selected, we need to then start telling them the new mode that was selected if they hit the button again. So what we'll need is timings, basically putting together timings for turning the LED on and off. And the way we do this is with a table of values. And so I've got 3 states for the table of values. I have, 3 states dictated by, every time I say dictate, my brain goes dick potato. Anyway, that aside, we have 3 states for this table. That would be number, 0, and the space in between numbers. So when we get a number, we want to turn the LED on for a particular amount of time. Then we want to turn it off for a particular amount of time. Then we want to check to see if there's a 0, and if there is, we just leave. That's essentially how we're doing it. It's sort of a baked-in functionality so that I can have tables that are just number, and then the LED will do its thing with those numbers. So I have blink and blunk timing that I can change in order to communicate to the user what number mode is selected. And the way that I'm doing the blinking, we could do Morse code. I could program that in once we do everything else. The way I'm doing it is based on how an RC car microcontroller did it, which was to do 5 is a long blink. So 1 is just boop, but 6 is boop, boop, right? And so I can put blink and blunk in a sequence of events and have it spit out whatever user thing I need it to. And then I have a 0 state that tells it that it doesn't need to do anything, that it's done. So we've got that so far, but I need to get those timings in there. And so I need to be able to tell it what sequence we're on, and then after that, it can skip. So I've got a Boolean that I've added. Booleans are extremely light for the microcontroller since they're 1s or 0s. You just have a location in memory, and you have 1 bit, and that's a 1 or a 0. Long are quite a bit of data. That's quite a bit of ones and zeros, and tables, of course, are their an entire thing as well. Ints are a little bit less light, but they go into the positives and negatives, so if you're doing just basic calculations, those will do all right. uint 8Ts are what I love using because they're extremely light. They're only 8 bits, and you get a 256 different numbers. But in this case, we are on a Xiao, a Raspberry Pi Xiao, from it's the RP2040 version, and it's 133 megahertz. So we are not limited to small microcontrollers. All of the coding habits that I have just been completely superseded by these extremely capable, dense, fast microcontrollers. There's no going back, man. It's, I could probably put this on an AT Tiny 85, but it's like, why would you do that when this is cheaper than that? This is like $1. Much cheaper microcontroller. All hail the ESP32. I know, it's ridiculous. Like, we don't have to do all the I did not just find, I need to get rid of founded on that. Hold on, let's get rid of, where's my overlay? Overlay. Oh no, that's not there. It's somewhere up. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, these things are all, it's just like, why bother? Make everything a long variable. Even your Boolean will just be a long. The only time we've run into like code space issues is with older, what is it? The fast LED. I forget what it's called now. It's the fast LED library stores all of the color data in much too large of a variable, and it takes up a whole bunch of space because it has to do big matrix operations. Anyway, so we've got our display variable, and we've got our timer variable, and then we've got LED modulator. So what we've done is we've created code so far that when you hit the button, it will then run, because the button only, by the way, the button only runs if debouncer fell. If the debouncer is not in a state of fell, then it doesn't do anything. So this will only run when the button is pressed. So we put in the LED adder, and then the LED, actually, wait, what was it called again? Yeah, it was called adder because I couldn't think of any other word to describe what was going on. So the LED adder will then take whatever integers passed into it, although it could probably just take the global, but this is only when the debouncer fell, by the way. It'll do this for one cycle, and then it will not do it again. So it'll then take that waveform, and it will populate my table of values with the blink and the blunk variable. It's a little confusing to look at because they both start with B, but whatever. Anyway, it'll overwrite this matrix, and it'll overwrite, well, the table of values, whatever. But yeah, so now what we need to do is we need to look at that first entry and do or not do, depending on what's going on. So what I need is an LED handler. So let's make that run every single loop, our LED handler. And it's going to start with the exit clause of reading a 0. Where's it go? Where's my main loop? There it is. So table set make frequency, switches and buttons. Maybe we'll go into LEDs here and just do the LED handler. I like having handlers for my code. Every single one of these things is something that can potentially just be exited very easily. So we're doing this operation, we're doing this operation, we're doing this operation. So now we're doing the LED in here. So the LED handler we'll put all the way down here in the display stuff. So display functions, that one does our waveform. Maybe the handler should go first. And that's going to be a void because we're operating on a pin. Like that. Not passing anything into it. And then curly brace. So what are we doing? If, what was in my clipboard? Those are my variables I took with me because I didn't want to scroll all the way back up. Before we spend hours finding a misplaced U versus I. There's going to be something like that, but just let it happen. Let it happen. It'll all come out in the wash. Reading the error messages in the compiler is part of the teaching process here. It is a very important thing to be able to troubleshoot stuff, because sometimes your error messages aren't going to be very clear. You need to know what to look for certain things. And so I'm not responsible enough to put together a list of those. So I just run into them naturally, and you guys get to see it. So on our LED handler, if, well, basically it would be LED modu of 0. Yeah, we're looking at the 0th position for it being 0. So if LED modu of 0, we need parentheses and stuff around that. Hold on. If that has any value, is basically what our loop is. It's a real simple little if statement there. If that has a value, then we need to do the business of creating whatever's going to happen next. So there's our exit clause right here. So if this is equal to 0, so if LED modu fails, then we just continue on. Nice and simple. I could put equals 0 on that, but I don't think that's really going to be necessary, because that natively just handles it. So if the LED module is equal to 0, we do stuff. What are we going to do? We are going to look at the table. We're going to advance it when... Oh man, there's so many things that we need to do here that are going to be triggered by this table of values. Table of values containing blink, blink, blunk values. So if we get a new blink value, then we will have incremented from a space. But what if we get it from nowhere? If we get it from nowhere and the thing is equal to 0, do I need more states than this to determine whether or not we are spacing or not? I could set a space variable. All the logic just fell out of my head, and I forgot everything that I was going to do to cleverly put this together during the time that the house was quiet. It got loud again, and I totally forgot what I was doing. Oh, man. Okay. I have an LED modulator with a value in it. If that value is a 0 at its lowest spot, then we skip all of this logic. If it is not a 0, that means that we have things to do. If we are... There's two states here that I need to get straight. One would be the blink value timer going into something. We need the value timer, and then we need the LED state to change. Oh God, where do I even start with this? Hold on a second. This'll fall together in my head eventually. If we're waiting with the LED at a 1, so the first thing would be if LED display is 1, then we would do this thing and then return from the loop. So if LED display is a 1, then we're going to be going into a space. And that's when we would give it... How does that... How does this work? How do I do this? So... Timer expires. I mean, the first thing that we're doing is we're putting a timer into the LED. Okay. So there's a different state on here. This is where like noting it down or writing it down and making like a bubble diagram would come in handy. But it's first thing is, what if our timer expires? So if this has a positive value and our timer expires, that means that we've gone into the space-time. Am I going to need a variable for space-time as well? Do I need one? If value is equal to 1, if value is equal to 0. If value is equal to 1, then we're going for that increment. If value is equal to 0, then we're going for the amount of space-time. And then once that finishes, we move everybody over. Okay, So if LED display 0, of course, then we also need to populate the timings. If LED display is equal to 1, well, okay, we'll start from the beginning. Equal to 0, so our LED is off. LED modulate has a value, so we're doing and. The LED timer, but we're using subtraction. If and it would be millis is greater than, equal to is going to be a very corner case on that one. The LED timer would be minus millis. No, that's wrong. Hold on, wait a minute. If the current time is greater than or equal to the LED time that we marked, that's it. We don't have to subtract. Oh, and this is, I guess, where subtraction would come in handy, unless it wraps around. I don't know. The whole wrapping around thing, I forget what the solution to that was, and I don't remember the last project where we actually did that properly. I don't remember. There's something about the way that you calculate it by using subtraction, and I'm not using subtraction here. I'm just looking at two variables, but it would take months for it to get to the point where it rolls over. So I guess this is okay. It'd be nice to do things the right way from the beginning, but my brain is starting to collapse. So our statement is that the current time that the microcontroller logs is greater than or equal to the LED timer. Actually, millis minus LED timer. Can I do that? And then this would just log. I don't remember. Well, okay, I'm going to roll with this for now, but I don't think it's correct because there's a couple of operations that we need to do down here. What we need to do is we need to set. So I need to do LED. Oh God, the capitalization is going to kill me. LED display is equal to 0, LED timer. If the display is equal to 0 and something is expired, what is expired? It's either a space or a dot, and we have a value in LED modulator, we then need to set, so digital write, and what is our pin? Digital write. Ooh, there's going to be some weird stuff that can happen here. If we're punching in values suddenly, well, all the values that we're punching in should be positive timings of the thing. So if it defaults to off, then it will always default to off. So hopefully that'll, some expiry of a timer will go by. I don't know if any of you guys are following along with what I'm doing here because my logic and my brain state has been going. It's been bouncing off the walls and the DVD logo isn't changing color. I was looking for... So LED module, LED display, and LED timer. All right, I've got them down here, so I can hit spacebar and it'll jump me all the way down. So if our table has a value, if the display is set to 0, and millis is greater than or equal to LED timer, that means a space expired. So we need to turn on LED. We need to increment the table. And then we need to set output variable. So that would be LED display is equal to 0. Is equal to 1, sorry. Stop it. Oh, looks like the dog's home. She's already barking. Woo, woo, woo. So our space expired. We turn on the LED. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for up above. I gotta go, but have my sub. You were here? I didn't even know you were here. Chester Willard, thank you for the continued support. I really do appreciate this. 46 months with a 6-month streak. That's super nice of you to do, and I do very much appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be doing cooler, real IRL projects instead of doing this kind of code space thing. I appreciate Meet Space a little bit more. But if you're leaving, so I can't even acknowledge you. You gotta let people go. You gotta let them go. Remember, Chad, anything not saved is lost. So we're digital writing the pin, and I just forgot what I called the pin. Oh, you're gonna be close to here? That's right, you're like way up north. That's nice out today. I haven't even seen the sun. Actually, I did a little bit. We had all the corgis over, and they were playing around. Yeah, I wish I could do like garage projects. It's something that I really wish I could do. I can do it. It's just I don't have agency over that area of the house. And if I put cameras in that garage, all kinds of people that I wouldn't want to get filmed would be crossing around. But we would see the dog more. The dog would want to hang out, and I could actually fix my car. My windshield wipers are still broken. What is our LED called? Panel LED. It's so hard to skip the second L. Okay, so digital light panel LED high. Where the hell am I? I'm right here. This is what I get for not writing things down. So like you saw there the breakdown of sort of the sequence of things that I wanted to do. We're gonna make a function to update the table. Should I do a function, or because this means that, okay, so there's a couple things that happens here. So we know that space is expired, the space in between the numbers, because our display is equal to 0 and our millis is greater than or equal to the LED timer. Space expired, not 0, not LED on. Do we then increment the table in this event? So space is expired, we increment the table. If it's a value or if it's a 0, that will dictate what happens to the LED at that point. So we actually don't write this high, do we? Well, no. If I write that to high and it is an expired and the next one is 0, I would need an else statement in there. No, but then the else always gets caught. How do I know what to do here? Oh, the only reason that we're in here in the first place is because there is a value that needs to be expressed. So yes, write the panel LED high, increment the table to the next value. Is that really? But then that should trigger a space. So we don't increment the table yet. We don't do that yet. And we set the new LED time. This is something where like writing it down is hugely beneficiary, and your logic suddenly makes a whole lot more sense. But in this case, I am coding on Twitch, so I'm doing this from my seat pants seat. So new LED time, so that would mean LED timer is equal to millis plus, how do we do this with subtraction again? I forget how to do that. Plus LED, we know there's variable, we know there's a value in here, modu of 0. New LED time, display is equal to 1. We've set our timer. If LED display is equal to 1, millis minus LED timer is, this one would read, millis is greater than or equal to. I mean, I could subtract like millis from it and then compare it to, hold on. we've got like a couple little states here that I need to check for. Probably an else if. Well, I could run it as an if I really wanted to, but I guess I should keep us in this logic. Else if, and then LED display is equal to 1, and millis greater than or equal to LED timer. So this would be the expiration of what? This is the expiration of not a space. Well, it could be a space because we're putting in an LED time of LED module of 0. So we need to know if we're in a space or not. We're in a space if we're at 0, but if that timer expires and we get into a 1, so if LED display is, oh, I didn't put 2 equal signs on it. Doot and doot. If LED display is equal to 0 and our timer expired. So timer can either expire or not. There can be a value in LED module, a positive value or not, and LED display can equal to 1 or a 0. So now I need to figure out how that translates into all the different logic states of the LED, which is on and off, but it's a little bit more complicated than that because we have a sequence of events that we have to go through with a terminator at the end. So there is a value in there, so space has expired. That would mean that we do need to increment this here. No, we wouldn't want it. We want to increment it when the it's like value, space, check to see if there's a new value. Value, space, check to see if there's a new value. So at the end of the space, we would want to check to see if there's a value. If not, well, we want to increment it no matter what. And if there's a 0 in there, then we just put it into a 0. But if space expired and there's a value, then we're here. If space expired and there's no value, how do we know that space is expired? Well, module is equal to 0. So we need a clause that says if LED, if not LED module of 0. But then that's just else. That's just an else on the other statement there. I think if I put these in as situationals, it'll look a little bit more clear to me. So if that's a 0, because if it's 0, it'll turn that into a 1. What happens when you not other numbers? Does that turn into? Maybe we'll just give it an equals on this, just so we don't get into that little piece of weirdness. That's equal to 0. If LED module is not equal to 0, well, huh? Oh, this is very confusing. LED module of 0 not equal 0. So if there is a value in there, if there's no value in there, then, well, we could still have a space, but that would be the last thing that we have to execute. So, but that's another state of things. And if the modulation thing has a value in it, okay, I'm getting there. This would be panel LED. Panel LED. It's so weird. Low. So that's our default off. Value in the table is equal to 0. LED is off. Oh, and then LED state. And then I guess just to keep it light, I could do if LED display, and that'll just keep it from digital writing over and over again. Although that's not really going to be very necessary, but whatever. So yeah, that just keeps that moving and makes sure that we're writing a low when that thing is equal to 0. So if the LED display is low and millis expires, millis is greater than the LED timer. So our timer's expired, our display is still at 0. We write the panel LED high, turn the display variable to 1, and then set a new time. But if it's, oh, crap. This is it transitioning to being on. So it's not a space. This is the timer in the table. So we take the time in the table and we add that to millis and we put that into the LED timer. And actually the LED timer is that going to be strictly, I think it is. Because then we set our new time, and then we check to see if it expires. And if it expires and it's displayed as 1, we need to trigger a different timer. We need to trigger the space timer. So the next value has a value. That's not telling us anything. If it equals, oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. There's like a breakout where one thing doesn't affect the other. Let me think about this with an MS Paint drawing. I'm just thinking about what this thing is doing. Open up MS Paint. Because if I'm trying to go through these operations, I've got a certain number of things that are happening here. We'll do a nice big pencil. So, space here. If space-time were a waveform, so it would be LED state kind of lags behind, right? The millis timer. So I'm trying to base it on that. Like LED state would go from 0 to 1. Millis would go from, well, expired to not expired. So it would go from true to false, basically. So millis would go from true to false and then back to true to false, right? I don't know. Hold on a second. I don't think trying this is helping me. This is why I've avoided this task for a while. For some reason, you know, I've had something like this working in code before. I just, you know, and then we have this table of values that needs to be moved over at a certain point, and then a 0 to be punched into the end. So for each one of those, it's basically a blink and then a space. So when we go from one to the other, we come into this table, it's at 0. See, I think I can do this. I just need to go over this a little bit and make it work in my head. This is getting a little bit weird and complicated, and it seems like maybe I just need to deal with the states of all 3 of these. I could do it with a you know, various if statements. I'm just trying to figure out what the different states of this thing are. So if it is a 0, we skip the whole thing. Here I've got it equaling 0. And if the LED is displayed, then we disable it. So that just defaults off. I need to handle 2 different states, and one of them is a blink, and the other one is a space between blinks. It seems like I probably need another variable in here. I just plucked a really long beard hair. I shouldn't do that. Whenever I do that, I'm like, my face, my beautiful face. What do I look like without a beard now? I don't want to see that. I don't think you guys do either. I mean, if I wanted to clean this up, I could do more functions on it. I could do more functions. If the LED mod U is equal to 0, then do this function, and the other one does that function. That's essentially like in lieu of commenting, I could do that. Brink, you're a saint for following along with what I'm doing right now. It's insane. So LED is off. We've just gotten into this thing. There's a value there. I need to start the blinking. Yeah, I'm hardly understanding it too. We're in the same boat. Don't worry. We start off, our thread comes through here for once, and our LED table has a value in it. So we run this part of the loop. We run this part of the loop, but our variable that's clocking the state of the LED, although, can you check can the Arduino check to see the state of we could probably check the register. Arduino check pin register port manipulation. Yeah, using port A, B, C, and D, or DDRD operations. I don't know. Arduino check pin value, high or low. No, I don't want to read it. I'm not sure you can digital read an output pin. You might have to keep track of the state manually. That's what I'm doing, essentially, yeah. Digital set, delay 500, digital write, not digital, what the hell? What does that even mean? Pin mode isn't required. It changes something really technical. Yeah, it changes a setup flag or whatever. Digital read function just does a read of the appropriate bit in the appropriate pin register without modifying anything. So if I use digital read of the LED pin, I can save myself having another variable on this, which I don't really know if that's all that useful. So Booleans are like free, it's fine. I just thought that was funny. Like if I really wanted to check the state of the pin high or low, I could digital read that pin and it wouldn't affect anything. It would just grab the value, which would be kind of neat. Maybe for the future. Anyway, the LED display variable, I guess I could check that against what the pin's doing. But if I'm changing that at the same time that I'm changing this, then that doesn't matter. The variable's always going to be the same thing. Huh. Digital read LED display is equal to 0. And our millis has expired, which means we need to do something. So we write that pin high, we set our LED display equal to 1, which, you know, we could digital read and not have to do that, but whatever. And then our LED timer is going to be set to the value that's in the table, right? Who dat? Racing Tire. That's a cool Twitch name. Subbed with a prime. Hey, Racing Tire, thank you so much. We've got, speaking of racing and don't make the joke. I always make that same joke. I have sitting here, well, that's the cash register. That's a different new project. I can't stop starting projects. I have a broken 3D printer that's coming here today. And I'm going to assess what's broken on this FDM. Is that the right term, FDM? On the resin printer. And that'll mean I'll be able to print better car bodies and potentially better car wheels. To be honest, I could do more complex patterns on them. But I could actually get the detail on these 1/24th RC cars, which means I'll be able to finally get a top speed for that Atom kit that I bought. Because that thing is crazy, and it goes very fast, and I would like to get a top speed on it. I know Chad has been robbed of their RC car payoff. But yeah, the resin printer is something that I've never messed with before. So I wanna get that in there as a fresh project and see if we can repair one. And then I'll be able to print the little RC car bodies without wasting a ton of material. Because I'm a giant man, baby. Okay, so logically, we have now started our sequence. So the LED is on, and we have to wait until the expiration of that time. So we've put in millis at the current time plus blink or blunk, depending on which it is, which now makes that millis value out here. So if this is equal to 1 and millis expires, we need to transition to space, which is a unique state. How do we know that we're in space? We don't. There would be a value in the initial position because we have not incremented when space is over, when the 0 is expired. So this time plus space, and then it's either a 0 or a 1 in the table. I'm trying to think, this here, this transition and this transition are similar, except that there would be a 0 in the thing. So we'd remain 0 and continue on. If there's nothing here, if this what didn't exist. If it does exist, then we go back to here. I think we can do this. I think we're able to do this. So do I need an on and an off time? No, because then we have a millis value that needs to expire. I mean, if I set that timing equal to 0, then I would have both of them equal to 0 and I would know to move on. But that's what the value in the table is. Yeah, so at the end of a space, I need to increment. So it would be space expired not 0, and then it would be space expired this one would be space expired 0, right? Space expired and 0 in Modu. Space expired and Modu and LED. But if this is space expiring, this wouldn't be space expiring. This would be the on state expiring. On expired and Modu and LED. So what are the other states? This would be space expired and Modu and but if space, yeah, and there's the Modu, so I don't need to check the Modu. Oh my god, I'm dying here. This logic is killing me. There's a value in the modulation handler, which means that we are going into another number, but we're trying to expire the number that we already have. We need to know when to go over into a space where the LED is off, and if there's another value after space, well, we shouldn't care, because after that space is done, then we move everybody over. One tick. So what has changed in there? The expiration of a timer. So if the timer gets set, and that would mean that millis is greater than the LED timer and the LED display is at 1. That means that we're going over into a space. Go into space. Go into blink. So, well, on time, but whatever. Go into blink, go into space. That's what this engine does. So now we are setting the digital write pan LED low. We are LED display is equal to 0. It feels weird doing both of these in this one operation like this. I mean, it's just strange. We have a tracking variable, but we could get rid of it with a digital read, but it would be strange. Instead of having the LED display in here, I could do digital read LED, and that would do it. So if we're going into space, then we do an LED underscore timer, which all these variables are going to be stated poorly, and I'm going to have to do a bunch of corrections. So our LED timer is then going to equal millis plus space-time. Millis plus space-time, and then we don't do anything until that expires. So LED display will then equal to 0, and our millis plus space-time is going to expire up here. But this has a value. What if it has a 0 after it? There's a little bust up in the logic here. Because at the end of this, I need to increment my table over 1. And then at that point, it can either be a value or 0, and it'll go back into this logic. LED handler is equal to a value, and we do this stuff, but we're letting the thread go in between. So we're not stopping our thread. And if it isn't expired, we don't want to do anything. We're not changing anything. So the question is then, where's the conditional under which I want LED display is equal to 0 and the timer to expire, which is what happens up here, which is not the way we want to do it. Yeah, so I think I need another data point on this. Like a space expire. And that would just be another Boolean. Or I could turn LED display into the space expiring thing and do a digital read. Read LED, pan LED. So I read that and I compare it to the timer. And if that's true, then we write it high. So if this thing is low, we're going to write it high. If not digital read, panel LED. If that's 0 and our timer is expired, we go to 1. If digital read pan LED. So if this is a 0, if this is a 1, the MTA project. You know, the complexity, it kind of sneaks up on you, and it's all a function of trying to be organized with it, right? I'm having a lot of trouble today. It's just because I haven't done one of these things in a while. So I feel like, you know, dropping in on this makes it look infinitely complicated. And it isn't. I'm just using things to tell me the modes that things are in, you know? I'm adding another digital state to this thing on the LED display variable, though. So the LED display variable is now going to be my special little helper that'll tell me whether or not I am in a space. So this one stays, but it goes to 1. Well, we can keep it at 1 and 0 here. Yeah, exactly. I say this as I'm lining up my comments. It's like, this feels better. I don't know. The other one just felt chaotic. I would like this one to be there, but go into blink, go into space. Go into nothing. If LED display is 1, we set it to 0. I think this is the one where I need it to... Well, if it's 0, we don't need it to do anything. So maybe we don't go into. There's just nothing. And then space expired would be the state that we've added. Yes, we can get rid of this, actually. So we have three different things that we're tracking here: the state of the LED, the timer that we set expiring, and the state of an additional Boolean. And that additional Boolean will tell us whether or not we're in a space bar. So now we can do if, and we don't care about modu on this one. It would be if digital read pan LED is or panel LED and our variable. So if LED display is 1 and this thing is at a 1, we need to go into space. Oh, geez, my brain. Hold on, which direction are we going in here? If the panel LED is at 0 and our LED display is at 1, we should put it into space. If the panel LED is at 0 and our LED display is also at 0, so that would be both of these would be knotted. So if that's at 0 and the other thing's at 0, then we'll move the table up. That's not right. Hold on. Time for more coffee? I know, seriously, this is killing me. I can come up with this. I can do this. We have 3 conditionals that I need to track everything with: the state of the panel LED, whether or not there's a variable in our table, and whether or not we're in a space. So tracking whether or not we're in a space. If we are in a space and the timer expired, then we need to increment the table over. So if this is a 0 and this is a 0, we need to get out of this conditional. But then, yeah, not a space. And then we need to do 4. And I could up the panel. I could just make this go for like per panel size, but I think I need to put in a define for that. I don't know, because like I don't want to just put a number down there in the code. We know that we have 4 entries in this thing. LED module of 4, but I don't think we have. Is that? Can we do that on a table? I don't know if we can just do that natively on a table without declaring a variable. Table size. Size of? Does that work? So size of byte I to 0 size of my string. Okay, so we can do that, I guess. We could maybe use a size of, and hopefully it doesn't blow up. I always kind of avoid doing this and just put in a variable that equals the size of the table. Or define. So I guess I could keep that a byte. I is equal to 0, I is less than size of my string minus 1, I plus plus. So this iterates through the table. And I don't know if my brackets are broken or not. Move table entries over 1. So for byte I is equal to 0 until I is less than the size of, and then our table's going to be LED module. If LED module. How did I do this last time? It's just, hold on, there's an elegant way to do this, and it's just not, my brain just don't work no more. If LED module of I If it has a value, we move it over. Otherwise, LED module is equal to the previous value. If we count up to the very end, then everything breaks. So what we can do is we can do size of LED module minus 2. And then we'll have size of LED module minus 1. LED underscore module value of this. This crazy equation. Put that in parentheses too. I don't know. The brackets will do the job. So that value is equal to 0. That's the 0 that we put in the very end of the table. And then we increment, we've moved all the other ones over. LED module of I, and we don't need an if in here. So I is equal to LED module of, that's the other way around, isn't it? I plus 1 is equal to I? No, it's I is equal to I plus 1. So for every one but the last entry, we're going to move them over, and then in the last entry, we just put a 0 in there. 0 to size of minus 2, and then size of minus 1, because it's 0 indexed. So the size of it is 4, but it'll be 3. So 3 is equal to 0, and every other one is equal to the one before it. Okay, that ended up being a little bit better than I thought it would be. It's still kind of ridiculous, though. It requires 2 lines of code. So if we are on a space... wait a minute. No, that's not right. We also need to know if the timer is expired. That'd be space time expires. Go into space, and then space expires. Space expires. Now we are back at 0. Well, it stays 0. Yeah, I got to go through this logic again and just figure out whether or not stuff is actually going to work properly, because there's 3 states that we're talking about here, and I think I've represented them, but the states that I'm talking about are when we go into a 1, when we go into a space, and then when a space is expired. So those are the 3 points that I'm getting. The 3 if statements are here, here, and here. And then depending on whether or not there's a value in the table, we'll either go back to here or just stay at low. So the 3 states, it would be space-time is at 0, but there's a value in the table. And so we go high. When we go high, we then set our LED state. We don't set our LED state. So we don't set our LED state, and this is going to indicate when we're here. Equals in space. So, okay, so when we set this to equal 1, we don't actually need to do that because we're not in space. We don't need this output variable because we're using digital reads, unless the compiler yells at me and then I'll need to make another variable. Okay, all right, getting there. We're getting there. If the LED thingy has value, and the LED is low, and the timer is expired. Oh, well, there is no, and the timer is expired. It actually, the first thing would be, because we don't have it, well, the timer would definitely have expired by now if we're not in any of these states. So that's when we set it to high, and we set a new timer, because our old timer will have long since expired. Technically, we probably don't need to check on this, but it should be there so that we can transition from, there's a not enough parentheses going on here. Digital read of panel LED, that's the end of that if statement. Digital read of panel LED is there, and then Millis has its own. Okay. I feel like, you know, I've been playing too much Fallout. I'm looking for all of the closed parentheses. It actually does train you to do that. It's kind of funny. Okay. we get, okay, so we're starting from nothing. Our table has suddenly had a value punched into it. Let's say there's just one single little blink timer that entered into our table. So now we no longer trigger, we don't need any exits, but yeah, so now we go into this one where we need to have something happen. So we digital read our pin output, and it is at 0. So that becomes true. And our timer has expired 1,000,000 years ago, because it's old. Because it's old. Millis is definitely greater than our timer. So we turn on our LED. So digital write panel LED high. That escapes us from this one so that this won't be triggered again. And then our LED timer is equal to whatever time it is right now, plus the amount of time that we want that LED to stay on. So that's the first entry in the table. So we do that, and now our digital read of the panel LED here is false because it's a 1 and it gets knotted into a 0. This is the only kind of knotting that we do on this show, right? That was the wrong camera. That was the wrong camera. That's the right camera. I'm starting to get it in one try. I need to be able to go from here to here without screwing it up. I seem to do that every single time. All right, so LED is high. Our space thing is at 0 because we haven't entered a space yet. The only time we'll enter space and we'll set that variable to be a 1. So that remains 0. LED display is equal to 0 at the moment. When we go into a space, we'll make it equal 1. Yeah, there we go. So that'll be true false on whether or not we're in a space. We don't care about it for the first one because we're not clocking spaces. We're looking to see whether or not, well, actually, maybe we should check the state of the third one because we have 3 entries that we need to get into. So we need a third state on this thing. Oh, I need to stretch my legs. I'm going to get massive blood clots and die on camera. So these all need to have 3 ands. Oh God, this is getting worse. Usually somebody would come in here and call me a freaking idiot, and then I'd be able to work all the code out after that. This is the LED display. Where did I just put that other one in? Wait a minute. I'm screwing it all up. Oh yeah, this one has it over here. I'll try to get these in order so that I actually can figure this logic out. So 3 things we're checking. So in this case, LED display would be 0. So we're knotting it so that it would equal 1. So digital read of the panel LED has to be low. The timer is expired. And the LED display is not on a space. This is just an ask to see whether or not we're on a space. So we're not on a space. So it's a 0 and that's a 1. So then we write the panel LED high, put in the new timer into directly a timer value that we're looking for this to expire. So that's a 1. That's a LED on. Then we go into the standard LED off time that comes between our phrases. That would be when the timer has expired and our panel LED is 1. We digital read the panel LED. There's a little cheaty way of figuring out what the state of the pin is. There's no pin state stuff, so we can do it in Arduino by doing that. And then this is to check to see if our timer's expired. And then if our LED space monitor is at 0, then we set the panel LED to low. We turn the display variable to 1 to tell us that we're inside of a space. And then our LED timer is going to equal to the standard space time. This is starting to work out. My brain is starting to work this out. So the next state is if the LED module of 0 has a value in it still, but that doesn't matter. So actually for this one, I need to bring it out of this loop. It has nothing to do with this loop. Which is also doesn't have the right amount of... But if we're at the end of a space... Yeah, okay, so that doesn't matter. Let's just fix our loops here. Got a lot of stuff in these... Okay, so we undo this curly brace. And so now it doesn't matter if we are... This is going to need a little bit of fixing here. Let's get rid of these now. It doesn't matter if there is a 0 in the position, because what we're looking at is to see whether or not in the next position, because we are at expiry of a space. The space is over. Go into space, go into blink, and then space is over. This will only trigger if there's a value in there. And we have our LED display at certain values. What happens otherwise? Not LED display, not LED display. Now we have LED display. So now we have the same conditionals, only this time we're looking for this to equal 1. LED display, digital read of the panel LED is off. Millis minus, millis whatever is expired. There's a parenthesis error in there. Oh, God. Maybe I should put the LED module value as another one of these things. It's like 4 things. It's timer, LED thing. Yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. So it's space over. Oh, I've already got that commented. Panel LED and the LED display. But then if there's no value on the next thing, it's always going to be running this, and this is always going to be expired. So we don't get out of this as cleanly if I do it this way. And this is off. So LED display would then equal 0. This sets it back to 0. Move table entries over, and then we're done. I need to clean this. Clean this up. Clean it up. Clean it up. Zero for this. That one's there. And then this one is part of that initial loop. This one's a second loop inside. There we go. This is very confusing. There must be a better way that I could do this. Oh, this needs to move over too. So, yeah, my exit clause, if there being no value in the table, doesn't really line up. It will move a 0 over onto the thing when it's done with the space. Oh, yeah, no, this can go inside of this because there will still be a value there, and what we're fixing is the fact that that's there. So this actually does go inside of this loop because nothing has been operated on. Once that 0 gets in, then it will skip all of this operation appropriately. So we have 3 if statements. They should probably all be else ifs. So if LED module is equal to, it has a value in it, but the digital read of the panel LED is low, the timer is expired, and the LED display variable has been set to 1, then we set it to 0, increment the table, put a 0 at the last entry. And if it's a 0, then we skip it on the next fly through because there's nothing else to do. I think we did it. I think we did it with 3 states. Going into blink, going into space, and then space expires. And the space expiry is where we increment the table regardless of whether or not there's a value in it. And if there isn't, well, we would simply be just moving a 0 into location. So if a 0 gets to that location, then our microcontroller ignores all of these operations until something else places a timing variable in there. Now, my timing stuff is probably mathematically not great for a rollover on the timing variable, but I think this should work. I mean, aside from all of the spelling mistakes that I probably made within the code, just check to see that I've got everything sort of where it needs to be. This is the overall else. This is the if data. This would be the void, blah, 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 blah. Then this one's the local one there that's contained within here. This one goes to the local. This one goes to the local one. All right, so I think my brackets are okay. What about my exclamation points? No, no, yes, 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 yes. And a timer has to expire for every single one. And then no, yes, no. Okay. Hey, it's looking pretty good. Am I doubling it up on anything? Do I have I's? And the only I's and J's that I have are down here. It's LED modulation, I plus 1. It's the next entry going to the previous. How's it going to do that? It's going to go from 0 to the thing. And if it starts at 0, well, 0 to the thing and being like incrementing up the numbers, it'll move that one over to that position and then place a 0 at the end. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That took a while to we kind of busted that sheet of metal into shape very slowly, but we got it eventually. So now what happens is when we push the button on the button.fall, it will put something into LED module, whether or not it's a blink or a blunk, doesn't matter. It'll rewrite the entire table every single time it does it. So if I sit there hammering the button, it'll just be moving up to the, it'll just put a new value to that first value, which might mean that we skip that first blink, do we? Well, this isn't doing anything. It's not looking at the table until space expires. But if we put a new value into the table and space expires, okay, so now we have another condition here. We need to see whether or not the previous time is equal to the current time in the table. Because if we go through there and we rewrite it, we should probably set our space to equal to 0. So we'll set space to equal to 0. So I'll do LED display is equal to 0. And we set a non-space. So regardless of whether or not the LED is on or off, it will go into a non-space state. How do it know? Oh, the timer expires, right? Timer expires and we're in a non-space state. Non-space. So then this automatically goes, and it doesn't set our space until we go into a space state. I'm thinking about what happens if you press the button and we're in the middle of displaying stuff. Now we could just look and see what happens to the LED, but I'm seeing if I can just sort of logic through this. If we're in the middle of a space and I press the button, what is going to happen is the LED is going to turn on. It'll come in and it'll insert this and it'll turn on that, and we've set space to equal to 0, so we know that when that new time expires, because this is where it gets set, the new time expires, it'll then put us into a space, and once that space expires, then it'll put us into whatever happens next. So if space expires, the space timer's over, then it will increment the table to the next value, and the next values are going to be the whatever was next in sequence. Whoo, doggy! I think we did it. I think this might do it, unless there's some glaring logical fallacy that I've put into here, which is very likely indeed. We'll just have to see. So let's see if we can load up our code. Let's see how many stupid errors I have in my code. But from what I understand, the logic should stand. How do we do this again? Tools, board, C, Zhao. Okay, so all this stuff is already set. 133, blah, 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 blah. So now I need to get my USB-C cable, one of many different types of wires that I have in the shop. Look at all these types of wires that I have. My God. Where did my USB-C cable go? It's been a little while since we've done anything with this. Pussy. I may have to end early today because I got to do an errand for my aged parents who don't like to lift heavy things. I forgot to lead with that. I probably should have told you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm keeping information from you. I didn't mean for it to get like this. Where's my USB-C cable? I don't know where it is. I know I've got one in this drawer. I don't. In this one. This is like an Xbox cable. What is this doing here? Weird. A giant connector on the end. This one might be too long. There was one that came with a thing that I bought. What happened to that thing? I don't know. It's not here it's not under me anymore. Weird. There's also the one with the printer. Maybe I could have used that one. Oh my god, I've got another printer coming in. I have a third printer project. The other printer project is just that printer scanner that we got to remove the bed from and then make a flat bed that tracks with it. These are going to take a while, all these projects like this. Now, does the Zhao actually... Oh, it's a Nintendo cable. Does this actually connect at the end of this long-ass cable? There wasn't a very satisfying click at the end of that. Well, it appears to be powering on. Of course, I have no way of knowing anything that's happening because I don't have tracking on any of the outputs. There's nothing telling me that the outputs are outputting. However, I can see over here if this thing is connected. Hey, what's up, Gonad? How's it going? We just went through a whole bunch of LED logic, and it's basically dependent on 3 states. One of them is a Boolean variable that I track alongside of everything. The one variable sees whether or not we are in a blink state or a space. This diagram is totally useless, by the way. 3 circles. One is when the LED turns on, one is when the LED turns off for a space, and the other one is when the space expires. And those dictate whether or not we're moving values in a table over, and then we see whether or not the value is 0. So what we can do is we basically put blink, 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 blinks into our table, and that blinks our LED, and that way I can also change the timing on it too. Assuming that all of our logic actually makes any goddamn sense, which is, I'm making no guarantees on that front. So we've just plugged in the Arduino. We check to see if it's plugged in. We can look at the port. The port says COM3, Raspberry Pi Pico. I think I cleared out my COM ports recently because we were up to like, I don't know, what were we up to? We were up to like COM75 or something like that. That's a badge of honor. How many what COM number you're up to? And I think I can just upload this because all the settings are the same. So we'll just upload this to the 2040. It's going to take its time compiling, and it's going to tell me exactly where I screwed up every single time with increasingly cryptographical statements. Maybe there's something that I did in here that it doesn't allow. Kind of that size of LED module -1 is kind of a strange one. So far, it's not unhappy with me. No! What'd I do? Oh. What I did. Hold on. Initialized with closed thingamajigs. So I wanted to make that all zeros. So it just like... I could just initialize it with nothing, and then it gets random stuff, which would make the LED kind of freak out at the beginning of operation. But it would freak out at the beginning of operation, then move on, right? Unless it got a giant int. Yeah, so that should probably be equal to 4 zeros, huh? Doot, 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 doot. There we go. Just so we don't get into a situation where the LED wants to turn on for a year. When you don't declare variables, the microcontroller in all of its crazy goings-ons will find like a location for that variable to exist in, and it might have been something previously. It's not necessarily going to be like, if you leave it up to nothing, which I've done for some of the tables, you kind of rely on them being overwritten. What did I do? Did I semicolon, semicolon, int, thingamajig, size. Size is 4. And I have 4 entries over here. Did I use the wrong kind of thingy? Wrong name. What you mean wrong name? LED module 0, 1, 2, 3. Ellipsis. LED underscore lowercase module of 4. And then I've got 4 thingies and a thingy. Am I supposed to be... Oh, it needs to be curly braces. Son of a bitch. I got rid of all the declarations of tables up here, so I didn't have an example to see when I built it. I don't think I'm using it in that way anywhere else, am I? Does this need to be curlies? I stole this from the other places where it does work, and those are not curlies to set that up. Huh. Yeah, it's just weird that up here it needs to be curly braces, but down there it doesn't. All right, so let's try that. Oop. Oh, wait a minute. Am I calling it as a function? I shouldn't be calling it as a function. I should be curly bracing it. Whoopsies. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it, programmer. I get it. I know I'm flawed. Oop. See, I need to put curly brackets in all this. Ah! Really? My copy function is not working right now. That or I was off home row. So now I have to painstakingly go through. Oh, insert, you bastard. The insert key should be illegal. Who out here has that kind of galaxy brain that they automatically know that if they use insert is a holdover from a typewriter, and it deletes stuff when you're writing in. You have to like calculate exactly how many characters you're putting in. It's beyond. Yeah, you would, Jalopy Jones. I know what you're like. I don't know. I have no idea. See, the reason I hate insert so much is that it's right next to the delete key on this tiny little keyboard. This is painful. Okay, let's try that. So now instead of calling a function, I'm actually saying, hey, make this table look like that. Oh, wait a sec. No, LED module is equal to... Do I need to put like that? I think I do. Redeclaring the entire table. Ah. In which case, does it go into... Let's just hold on one sec. Arduino, tables, look up, oh, it's a table. I just want examples with tables in it. Pictures of Spider-Man. Float array 33.5 equal curly brace. Okay, equal curly brace, commas between things, and then semicolon at the end. And then, yeah, okay, cool. So I am doing it right. According to my sources. This just redefines an entire table. It's not a switch case necessarily. Well, the switch case determines how it's rewriting the whole table, but... Bada bing. And semicolons at the end. Okay, cool. So, go. This delay is always annoying because I look at the previous errors and I'm like, what's wrong with it? But it's not. It's just the previous errors. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Ah! Bounce 2. Assigning to an array from an initializer list. Huh? It didn't like that at 1 bit. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Make another case. Set your initial variable as that case. Huh? We're passing an int into here, and that int determines which one of these goes. LED modulation is equal to blah, blah, blah. And you're saying set your initial variable as that case and have the case have nothing. I don't quite get that. I don't quite get that. Because it's just, it's case something, do thing, break. Is equal to, oh, 0. Oh, this isn't, no, that's a global. Wait a minute, huh? 0, case 0, LED module. But this is a global variable, so shouldn't it be fine with that? From an initializer list, I don't understand quite what that is. So let me see if I can figure this out. It's not a static variable, right? Where's the AI to answer my question now, huh? Thing is equal to thing. Yeah, maybe that's what so that may have made it something else. I don't know. We'll do, yeah. I'll do curly brace 1, 0 up here. Make sure that it's a variable. Yeah. LED module 4. I'll just do that. Oop. Just do that. I don't know why this is so clunky all of a sudden. Guess I haven't done specifically this kind of thing with a switch case that's initializing a, ooh, my leg's asleep. Oh, you mean without this? Oh, hold on. Yeah, I messed that up. That's weird, because the way I was declaring all these other arrays is by giving them a size in here. So if I do LED module, but I don't give it a size, and then I give it 4 entries, like that. This seems a little fiddly, though. I don't know if this is exactly what's going on. We'll just try it. Yes, yes. Come on now. No, same thing. Requires element and initializer. Yeah, I'm doing that wrong. So that definitely needs a 4. LED module gets 4. It's an array of int. Just look up a reference on here. Oh. Like that. So now it's got 4 entries. 0, 2, blah, 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 blah. X is equal to entry of that. How do I overwrite the whole thing? Does it need, I think maybe it needs a, but no, that shouldn't be, because this is just a random array of values. So I don't know if this is still, where'd that go? It's down here. That should be valid. They don't exactly do that in any of the examples. Int my array 10, blah, 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 blah. Well, there they're declaring it and they're giving it values. Whereas up here they have it, yeah, I guess you could do either. Declare an array given length and initialize values. But then sends values equal to 10, x is equal to, that would be setting a variable to the array value. I'm setting the entire array. Use the initializer list at the point the array is declared. I don't know any of those words. What are those? What does any of that mean? What are those words? I mean, I don't want to go through entry by entry on that. I want to just, here's the whole thing. Just put that in there. Do I need to do this? Perhaps I misjudged you. You and I aren't so different. Like so. Take the stuff in the switch statement and move it to the top. Let's try this first. Let's try this. Oh, so I should like declare. No. I think we got it. We might have got it. We didn't get it. Expected a token. What did I do? Wait a minute. Primary expression before semicolon. Or before the brace? Huh? What did I do? I should have... All these should exist in their own little bubble. In their boobell. So, hold on, wait a minute. Set whole array. I don't care about the same value, but maybe there will be examples in here. He's iterating through values. I want to set it all at once. Memset. I'm not going to do memset. Arduino, maybe just overwrite. Yeah, I think this is all we're struggling with. Oh, dear God. Shut the fuck. All right, keep scrolling. I love it when you go through and... What, is it something I messed up with the switch cases? Well, something or other. I mean, these should be... Basically, the switch cases would look like this. Does it? I don't think it needs a default. I don't think that's what's going on. I mean, that's what they should all look like. I just compacted them. Oh, no, switch waveform. What did I do in the other switches? Hold on. Other switch cases that I have here. These work. Waveform, curly brace, end of curly brace, line break. Same format. It's just one single function here instead of an equation. In which case, here we have an equation to be operated, which is to set the LED module, the entire thing, to equal to these values. And then we got our curly brace at the end to finish it up. I'm not allowed to use equals or brackets? Oh, hold on a minute. Do I need to like use the pointers and stuff? Because that I still don't understand those. Is there any way to do something like this? List ref is equal to 2468. No. So is it just that I just can't do that? Ah. The one that works doesn't have, yeah, it doesn't have the equals and stuff. I hate these people. I hate these forum comments. 0, 1, 2, 3. I don't want to have to do it this way. Progmem. Int fill array is this. Mem copy fill array size. Mem copy. Are they trying to do it with like a fixed variable? I think that's maybe what the curveball is. Because ours is a variable array. They're not. They're doing it in, why is this so terribly complicated? That's from a variable. Check pins of variable 1. I mean, you know, I could write a big for loop to do the whole thing, but I'd really rather not. I'd rather just place an entire placeholder into the array. I could call a function that would do it, depending on the what's passed into the function, but that's further complicating it. Character string value of 1 to thing. Yep. See, the value I don't care about. I want to do the whole thing all at once. Get out of here. First element by array by 100. Oh, my array of 2, my array of 3. That will put the same value in the elements, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. What you got? Pragma's got a suggestion. Wait, so do I have to define all of the... 2, 4... Wow, what is that? That's... 1, 2, 3... Huh? Now, I can't do, like that. Well, it can't have the equal sign in there either, apparently. Okay, hold on. Switch case and then overwrite array values, right? I'll see if anybody's done any Jankatron stuff like I do. Switch case, replace whole array values. Oh, row column. Oh, you're saying I should call on a row and a column of something that... Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something that could do it too. Wouldn't have to replace it. I would just have it reference the whatever column or whatever row has all of those values in it. That would be a way to do it, yeah. But then it would be row column, and then I guess I need zeros at the end. But then I can't do my system where I'm checking the first value. What the heck? They're doing something even weirder. I guess the switch case is secondary to the... What I need is a values in array. I mean, replace multiple values in an array. And we'll throw Arduino at the end of the search just in case. This looks way more complicated than what I signed up for. Reading stuff. Begin, total I is equal to I minus blah, 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 blah. So using a for statement to iterate through the things, and I'm trying to avoid that just for the visualization. Yeah, well. It's mostly C++ minus that we're doing here, right? I don't really understand why this is invalid. And yeah, I could have a 0 to 7, and then I could reference that row and store that in a different variable. I wanted to have this constant countdown array. So as things execute, they move over. Oh, the one that looked weird was a Java form? Gotcha. So it's like I want these values to go in there without doing like a ton of for loops, because we're basically already doing one for the switch cases of the value of the waveform number. So the waveform number that's passed into here will then overwrite, presumably overwrite LED module to be this array right here. LED module has been initialized as a particular size of 4. So as long as I keep this in 4, it should probably be okay. But I guess whatever's implemented in the language doesn't support the syntax that I made up. Because it is syntax that I made up. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It feels like it should have worked the way that I did it. Now, what I could do is I could pass that in as 4 variables into another program and have it do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna ask ChatGPT. Yeah, I mean, I could just set like another program that I could run. Just another function. Put things in the other things, which will totally clean up my code and make it so much. Int 0, int 1, int 2. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it this way. Hey, ints. Oh, insert key. For the last time, I'm gonna like pull it off the keyboard. I should just pull it off and throw it behind me. So what I could do is for I is equal to, I don't want to write this size of, etc. Don't worry about that right now. Don't worry about those little syntaxes. Go even simpler in the switch. Case 0, case 4 stuff. Break. Case 1, case 5 stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I'd see you guys are getting commonalities out of this stuff, but I'm not trying to make it. This is like if I decide that I want to change the sequencing, then I can change the sequencing in here if I could get this to work properly. That's why I'm passing it the way that I am, so that it's this nice clean block. I could do like a matrix with 7 columns, but and then what I was thinking I could do is just run a function and then have these values passed into the function. Yeah, it's designed as an defined as an int. Yeah. What we're doing is, okay, so I've got an engine that runs the LED blinking on the outside of this modular synthesizer module. Because what is a modular synthesizer without blinking lights? But what I have is I have 7 modes, and I need to tell the user what mode we're in. So when the button gets pressed, I want this whole block of values to be shoved into the LED matrix runner. And so these are timings. The blink and blunk are 2 different timings. And so blunk is a longer pulse, and they all get a space after them. So we go value, space, value, space, value, space, value. And if it hits a 0, then it will just kick it out and stop doing everything. So we have an engine that looks at 3 states of variables in order to figure out whether or not it needs to start displaying the 3 different states of the LED, which are on, off, and off but spicy. Those are the 3 states. So you're right, you didn't see blunk and blink. That's why I use cursed variables. So the state machine is this. It was a little sloppy and it took a little while to go to come together, but it's go into blink, go into space, and then space expires. And then once space expires, we increment our table by moving everything over 1 and putting a 0 in the last entry. And so far, it is agnostic of the size of the array. We're using size of LED module array and stuff like that. So we're just getting to compiling, and so there's a couple little hiccups, but it's basically these 3 things right here. The 3 things that I've defined just up in this area of the drawing. The 3 circles are when the LED turns on, when the LED turns off, and then when our timer expires, but the LED is turned off. That's that machine there. And so what I need to do, and I thought I could do it this way, was to basically say, hey, all the values of this matrix are now this. And I wish I could do it all in one operation. Just say, hey, here's all the values, just like I declared when I declared the matrix initially, the array initially, I just said, here are 4 values. So now here are 4 values that should be the matrix, or should be the array. Yeah, it's just defined here. Yep. Down here. See, right there? You see it? You see it right there? Where I've defined it? It's right there. Int LED module bracket 0000. We got to use pointers. Pass a pointer to the array row in your switch statement. What's this? Array for array to be updated, value 0. Value to switch on the switch value case of 0. Yeah, it would be, I would do like a different, oh, you're using memcopy, I see. Yeah, it seems a little sloppy, but it's, I mean, I guess a way to do it, yeah. Yeah, the chat blows away formatting, I know. Very frustrating coding on Twitch. There are certain people that enjoy it, though. Hey, wait, I had a Prime sub? Oh, yeah, I already thanked Racing Tire. Okay, sorry, just had to glance over at that screen. Just looking at my other screens to see if there's better formatting anywhere. Yeah, so, I mean, I could point to the memory location using pointers. I would love to avoid doing that. It would have been nice if they could have gone down as smoothly as some of these other function calls. Or I could call a function with 4 entries, but that's sort of, then why was I coding to have different sizes? Isn't like, I don't like your code. What are you talking about? I haven't used anybody's code today. I'm treating you all equally terribly. I enjoy seeing other people program on Twitch. It's both interesting and entertaining. You should go to a psychiatrist and maybe like at a university where they can study you. There's got to be a way that I can do this to my satisfaction. I don't like just trusting coding comments because everybody has their own style of doing things. I feel like there should be a total, like a way to do this, but maybe I don't have the language to ask the question properly. My string dot replace. That's a weird one. I've been in 9 of them already. I know I'm winning at psychiatry. I can feel it. So if I declare it as a string, but I don't really want to increment strings over, I've done something like this before. I don't think I've had the engine where I go in and I replace everything all at once. So if I do write a function, it'll just be like for value, do value. I wouldn't suggest you watch my show if that's the case. Because we're not going to do things the proper way. You're better off with a bit shift or array pointers. Bit shifting those numbers is really not going to go down smooth. So int arrays A and B rotate. Huh? Weird. This is what I'm talking about with coding. Somebody pulls rotate out of their ass. Yeah, I mean, doing this with statements and stuff, pointers would be a good thing to do, but I'm not familiar with pointers at the moment. It takes me a little bit of getting back into coding in order to figure out what the hell I'm doing with pointers. If I point to a memory location, what's it going to look like to do the other stuff on it? And then memset sounds like a very dangerous function to be using at this level. I don't quite understand. Yeah, I mean, if I do it as rows and columns of a fixed array, then I've got all of my modes in the thing. It's just I need to retool my code to work a little bit differently. It would have to, but it, no, but then I couldn't do the counter. I couldn't do the way I do. The way I'm doing it is I'm overwriting locations in the array. I'm moving everybody over one thing until it reaches a 0. I guess I could think about it a different way and not overwrite anything and have it place things, like go through a sequence until it gets to the end and then stop doing that sequence. I think I like that though. I really like that. We've kind of done it my way and it's really clunky. Having a fixed sequence thing and having us iterate through like an int until it gets to 4 and then finishing. I guess I can retool it to do that, although it's going to take me a little bit. So case 0 would then mean our int is going to change, and then this needs to become just like a fixed sequence. And if I fix that sequence, it's going to look like this. Where are we putting that? I'm going to put it at the bottom of my settings. And then that'll be, I mean, it's fixed, so static, not int. It's going to be, well, actually static int, I guess. We'll do an int array of this LED the stupid way. No. LED normal. No. LED seeks, as in sequences. And it's going to be, is it row columns? So it'd be 4 and then 7. Is that how you do that? I gotta look up how to do that because the stuff is not familiar in my mind. He's so stupid he has to look stuff up. I'll have you know that's one of the tenets of this show, is that I have to look stuff up a lot of the time because I don't know what I'm doing. So for you experienced coders that can just shit out code directly from your thought train, this is what the rest of us have to do. We have to look it up and just see. I know there's examples that you put in chat, but I'm looking it up. I'm doing the pantomime that makes up sort of the connective tissue of the stream to teach the people who don't know how to do this, because I also don't know how to do this. Never memorize what you can look up. Was that Epstein that said that? Well, he's dead now. I know you typed Einstein and I'm making a joke. How to use arrays. Blah, blah, blah. I need like a nice example of using arrays. Not a question where somebody gets it wrong. It's like the first thing you look at when you're looking up your own question is somebody's answer to the question. Like you're like, well, but they got that wrong. And I'm just looking for like a good example of rows and columns. But in the example that was typed in, we've got going up in chat, scrolling up in chat, it's 2, 4. And then you would have all of your rows and columns. And then the rows and columns are separated by commas. All right, so what we've got is 4, 7, and then equals 2. And I'm going to put this on a new line just so it's a little bit cleaner. I got to remember how this is done. It was like that, and then another one of these, and then at the end of this thing, there would be a semicolon. And then this one would be the first one. then a comma. We go down the lines like this. So we just get rid of all this stuff. This is going to change our conditionals too a little bit later down in the code, because then now we're just running in for timing. I'll have to think about how that's going to operate. All we do now is define what column we're on, and then I need something to stop the sequence. Changes around all of my logic. I don't like that. I liked my little marching zeros that would propagate an array. All right, so that's that LED sequence array. Let's go all the way down to the bottom and see what you guys are saying. So static in LED sequences, it's a 4. Is it row column? So it'd be 7-4? Because it's 4 columns, 7 rows. So it'd probably be 7-4. 7-4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think I do. Oh yeah, 8. 0 index. Yay, I got it. I got it. So now we have a fixed sequence depending on the mode, and we basically would have to go through this animation. Wait, but okay, so the thing that this doesn't do, if we're going through that animation, I guess I would need to reset on the beginning of the animation, because the way that I did it, it would have the ability to be interrupted in the middle of the sequence. So, hey, Uncle Bill, long time no see. I was probably doing something similar to this the last time Uncle Bill dropped in on the channel. How's it going? I have a fixed sequence of things that can happen when I push a button. If I push a button in the middle of the sequence, I need to bop it out of the sequence and then start it over again. And I could either leave that to a variable, or I could, as I had it, naturally happen. If I'm going from 0 to 4, I guess I can just make an int for that. So I can have down here, I can take either, well, that one's a Boolean, and then I have this one that gets blown away. I don't know, this fundamentally changes what my code is doing, and I thought all of the stuff that I was doing was correct. It looked like something that would be capable, you would be capable of programming, but I guess without getting into fancy pointers and stuff, it kind of doesn't work that way. You can't just redeclare. See, I was operating with this thing. The sequence of numbers is a table of values. You know, declared a space in memory that would have a bunch of values. So if I declare it again, if I say this variable is now this, wouldn't it then go through and replace all 4 of them at once? But no, that's not how any of this works, apparently, because programming is weird. I thought what I was doing was perfectly valid, but I guess not. So now what do we need? We need a timer that's going to expire with millis. We need something that will bump us out of the sequence and start it over. And then we need an additional counter, which could be a U8T, but it'll be just an int. LED counter, which I'm going to set it at 4. Or should it be size of? No, it can't be. Because then it'll go from 0 to 4, and really I shouldn't be giving it numerical values. I should give it size of each row. How do I get that data? Okay, now this thing gets a little bit more complicated. Doing brain surgery via Twitch chat. Yeah, that's part of it. It's you guys got the Da Vinci robot that has a brain tumor already. Uh, that would be my stubbornness and not listening to how you people want me to do stuff. Actually, two-dimensional. It's like, why would you do it this way when you can fundamentally change everything that you're doing and do it a completely different way? It should be easy, the way that I want you to do it. Oh, this one is doing it with it split up. Unless this would get it wrong. Did this one get it wrong? Pointed out should be raised number 0. So is it? It's row column. Okay, so 8 and then 4. So that's correct. But I could also do it like this. Oh, I messed it up. Oh my God. Oh. There you go. Like that. Ooh. I might actually have to end it there because I have to go do an errand. I have to go do a little heavy shopping before my folks leave for other stuff. So I think what I need to do, okay, so my engine for this is going to change fundamentally. What I need to do is I need to have a variable that counts up until it gets to 4. When it gets to 4, we're done. And then when I put a new value in there, when I want to start a new sequence, I set it to 0 and I define what column it's supposed to look through. So a variable is going to be the column, and then the other one's going to be the sequence number, and then I'll just restart the functions, I guess. I need it to store the timing, and then when the timing expires, there's going to be some other logic that I need to go through. It's like such a stupid little thing, and I should have gotten this done today. It's just the very last bit of sequencing didn't work out. The other way that I could have done this is by going through, make that into a function, all the array into a function with just like numbers that it would input. And so those 4 numbers would go into another function, and that other function would just count through the 4 values of the array and punch them in. That would be the other way that I do it. And I might actually Control-Z myself out of this and do it that way, and then just get it to compile, because it's like, this is such a minor part of the rest of the function of this thing. And now I can't show you guys what the conclusion is because we've run out of time. It's taken me so much time to put it together. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be back tomorrow. This has been 4 hours of coding to make it LED blink, and we weren't able to accomplish it. That's the lesson for the day. That's the lesson. Everything sucks. God damn it. Yeah, it's a very simple problem. We're blinking an LED, but we're blinking an LED while a whole lot of other stuff happens underneath. So either I figure this out tonight and I come back tomorrow and I tell you how it's done, we do some coding tomorrow because I need a break from that book, or we allow the big book of circuits to terrorize us yet again. The problem with the big book of circuits I found is I think that my LEDs are not cooperating with the breadboard. Not LEDs, my resistors aren't cooperating with the breadboard. I think they're too thin. They're just not working out properly. It's not like I can't build circuits, but this will strike like the 4th or 5th week that we've decided to do Big Book Fridays, and it's not succeeded. So, found you via YouTube. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Those of you that have come to Twitch, you guys, check out Flatulent Gonad if you get a chance to. But static LED sequence, and then have a bunch of numbers. Last one on there's null. Yeah, I guess I could try to do that and then go through it with my engine. You guys have a bunch of different ways to do it. I'll have to see. I haven't digged around in C in 15 years. Yeah, I live in kind of Arduino world, which is like sort of a modified C. But no, I have to jump because I have to make sure that people are okay, and then do a big errand during rush hour. Shit. Yeah, it's in C. And especially when you keep it as simple as I try to, there are lots of different ways to skin a cat, and you shouldn't be skinning a cat anyway. That's like a psychotic thing to do. But if you do have to do it, there's lots of different ways to approach it. I liked my method of sort of the moving everything over, but I'm gonna reevaluate. I'm gonna reevaluate how I want to do this code and see if there's a way to do it. I don't think there is. And then I'll have to rewrite some things. Maybe I'll have to do the function in a function. I'll just have to make a function for overwriting the array. which I didn't want to do because then if I wanted to add to that sequence, I could have added to it or whatever. But yeah, it's a little different. Well, I thought that I could just hit the array with a bunch of values and that would just overwrite it. But I guess that's not implemented into the, what do you call it? Into the IDE. And so that entire branch of my whole logic of this thing coming together just shut down right there. But you know what? I think what I can do, oops, I was supposed to be able to stream longer today. I wanted to. I think instead of doing this, I'm going to see if we have enough Control Z's in our stack to put all this stuff back together. And instead of doing that, I can do, just call it, I'm going to call it as a function and do parentheses, right? We'll call it as a function, do parentheses, and then I can just build a function that will go to until size of array -1. Is that more of a Python thing? I see. Well, we're dealing with lower level stuff, but I think just doing it as functions will work just fine. And that'll be the least amount of total retooling of all of my logic. We can still rely on those logic states, and my array will still tick over into the next thing. It is a weird way to do things. I understand that, but you know, it's what worked out in my head. Yeah, just going back to what will work. Why does that look shorter? Why is that so much shorter? Oh, because I got rid of the, yeah, okay. Let's see if this works, and then I can actually end my show on a note that perhaps gets us to where we need to go. I'm gonna end up not being able to do that errand, and then people are gonna get mad at me. Over silly stuff. So instead of LED modu being a variable, it is now a function. And so LED modu is something different. So we'll do LED modu write using both camel and underscore in order to make the people who know coding's eyes twitch. And for the vein to stick out on their foreheads. It's a lot of code, but it blinks the LED in a sequence that can get interrupted in the middle of it and won't take away cycles from everything else. Yeah, Snakel case. So more code. Void LED modu write. What is it? What do we do here? Int 1, int 2, int 3, int 4, and we'll give these stupid names. 1, a 2, 3, 4, and we do 4. I hate to put numbers in here. I would like to do size of LED modu -1. Ah! I never made it without biting. Oh, do I want to do it that way, or do I want to leave it? Because if I take it in as 4 variables, then the array is 4. It's not going to expand ever. So I can't keep it to be like, you know, I can't make it expand and contract or whatever, depending on what I want to do. Well, you guys get how I'm going to fix this, and it's going to be by a bunch of coding that I don't really like. What about case 5? Write incorrectly? Modu write all right. I think my time here is expired, so I'm going to hit save on this, and I'll come back to it and see if I can get this thing done and coded properly. It's that extra little function. It's like, why do I use size of if I know it's going to be 4, It's always going to be 4 now because that function has a certain number of ints that are passing into it, and I hate it. Yeah, I'm going to tear out all my hair. All right, why was this so complicated? We'll get it working. We'll work on it maybe a little bit tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. I hate to leave in a rush, but here's the end card. Anybody on YouTube, check us out on Twitch. And until then, have a good time. I will be around the Discord if you guys feel like you really need to fucking throw code in my face. I know I am doing coding streams. I was trying to get stuff done, but we'll see what we can do tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. I'll see you then. I'll see you then. I'll see you then. What do you do? What do I do with this? All this here. Yeah, you guys check out the Knowledge Fellowship if you want to check out other academic streamers that maybe know more than I do. All right, have a good one.